Chag Sameach. How special to be together, especially tonight after I'm sure most of us have heard about the tragic news coming out of Boulder, Colorado, and we pray for the recovery. Oh, I will tell you, the tragic news out of Boulder, Colorado, there was a group in Boulder that has been on a weekly basis demonstrating to bring attention to the plight of our hostages who have now been in captivity over 600 days. And earlier today, this group that was peacefully demonstrating was attacked by a domestic terrorist who threw homemade Molotov cocktails at them, and at least 6 individuals are hospitalized as a result of this. This time, I don't believe that anyone has passed, and we pray and hope and expect that all will make a full recovery. But just like the attacks, now only a little more than a week ago in Washington, it's clear that this was motivated by the hatred of Jews and the hatred of the Jewish state and the Jewish people. And that, it brings us together with a heavier heart than we might otherwise have. And it's difficult because we're commanded on the holiday, on the festival, to be joyful and to be grateful for the blessing of Torah. Rabbi Funky and I were talking just the other day, and she was sharing with me, do you think that God at the time that God gave the Torah to Israel, that God knew the suffering that would also come with that? Right? Do you think that, and I said, you can't know, and God is our parent. And I said, I know that in bringing children into this world, just as when I was brought into this world, it means there are moments we experience pain and suffering, but it doesn't stop us from giving the gift of life and the blessings of life to those that we love and cherish, and that we hope that we are able to create a world that has less pain and suffering, but not one that has none, by eliminating the goodness that comes out of living. And that part of what we're doing tonight as we gather together to pray, and also as we will approach Yizkar later tonight, is we're recognizing the lives of those who came before us, and that those lives were lives of meaning and that were well lived, that all of our loved ones who are no longer with us experienced challenges and undeserved suffering, but also taught us so much and gave us great gifts and continue to live through us and with us and be a blessing to us. And so we are grateful to them, as we are grateful to God for the gift of Torah and the gift of being Jewish, even as we face those who seek to tear us down because of it. So we're going to begin our worship this evening with the call to prayer, the Baruch, on page 39 in your Eitz Chaim Sidurim. Your Sidur Lev Shalem, not your Eitz Chaim. Eitz Chaim is the other book, which we're grateful for the Torah, and we'll be looking at those perhaps later during some of our sessions. But we're going to begin with the Sidur Lev Shalem. Please rise for the Baruch, the call to prayer.
And you'll humor me with a little melody this evening in spirit of this holiday. If you could turn me down just a little bit. Barechu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam va'ed.
You may be seated. We're still on page 39.
Mavir ben yom u'ben layla, Adonai tzvaot shemo, El Chai V'Kayam, Tamid Yimoch Aleinu Le'olam Va'ed, Baruch Atah Adonai, Hamariv Aravim.
Oh, page 40.
Just to reflect what the Rabbi said about this idea of the Torah being given with love, felt like a perfect opportunity to sing Ahavat Olam, a melody that maybe you have heard me sing most recently. I wrote for my children, but this opportunity that this love of Torah, this Torah was given with such a sense of love. And I share this with us to give us an opportunity just to think about those moments in which the Torah has held us, our tradition has held us, no matter what the difficult plights we might be facing. Ahavat Olam Beit Yisrael Hamchavta Torah u'mitzvot Hukim u'mishpatim otanu limadta Akein Adonai Eloheinu B'shokneinu v'kumeinu Nasiach b'chukecha V'nismach b'divrei Torah Techa U'mitzvotecha le'olam poed Ki hem chayenu ve'orech yameinu U'vahem negel yomam v'layla Ve'yavtecha tasir mimenu le'olamim Baruch atah Adonai Ohel Amo Yisrael.
Page 41, the Shema.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad V'yahavta et Adonai Elohecha B'chol levacha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol me'otecha V'hayu hadvarim ha'ele Asher anochi mitzavecha Hayom al levavecha V'shinantam levanecha v'dibarta bam V'shivtecha b'veitecha Uvlechtecha v'derech Uv'shochbecha v'kumecha Ukshartam leot al yetecha V'hayu letotafot b'neinecha Uchtavtam al mezuzot beitecha Uv'yisharecha V'chayat למען תזכרו ועשיתם את מצוותיי והייתם קדושים אלוהיכם אני אדוני אלוהיכם אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים להיות לכם אלוהים אני אדוני אלוהיכם אדוני אלוהיכם אמן
43, the Menachos of the Page 44.
Malchuto v'ratzon kiblu aleihem Moshe u'Miriam u'bnei Yisrael echanu shira b'simcha rabba v'yamru kulam Mi kamocha v'elim Adonai Mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh Nora tehilot osef ele Malchutecha ra'u v'anecha Bokei yam lifnei Moshe Zeili anu v'yamru Adonai imloch le'olam va'ed V'nemar ki fada Adonai et Yaakov Ugalo miyad chazak mimenu Baruch atah Adonai Gal Yisrael Amen.
Page 45.
Allow us, Adonai, our God, to sleep peacefully, awaken the lights of sovereign spread us.
Remove the evil forces from
Lord,
around
say,
us, shelter us in the shadow.
Shalom, etaviad olam, prosalenu sukat shlomecha, Baruch atah Adonai, haborei sukat shalom aleinu, ve'al kol amo Yisrael, ve'al Yerushalayim.
We rise as we turn to page 46, the second paragraph, Vayadaber.
וידבר משה את מועדי אדוני על בני ישראל.
Chatzi Kaddish.
יקרא ויקרא שמי רבה.
Amen.
ויאמר תברך ירותי וימיך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי לכו בישראל. וגלה בזמן קריב יאמרו אמן.
יהי שמי רבה מברך, לעולם ולעולם היה.
ויתברך וישתבח ויתבר ויתשמע ויתנשא. ויתהדר, ויתעלה, ויתעלה שמי לקודשה,
בריחו,
ויעלה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה תמירה ביומה ויאמרו, Amen.
We continue now with the festival evening Amidah recited in silent standing devotion on pages 306 through 314. It's an opportunity to offer the prayers on the page with the special inclusion for Shavuot, as well as to offer whatever prayer fills your heart at this time. When you've completed your personal prayer, feel free to be seated. חג השבועות הזה, זמן מתן תורתנו, מקרא קודש זכר יוצא. Shalom Rava, Samchata Simcha.
Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Ki atahu melech aton lechol hashalom. Ki atahu melech adon lechol hashalom. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam. Shalom Rav al Yisrael Amcha Tasim Leolam.
Chag Sameach. I'm so glad to be with all of you here, and also with those of you joining us online. Know that your presence is felt with us here in the sanctuary. You know, on the festival of Shavuot, we read the story of Megillat Ruth. The story of Ruth, how she experienced great loss, how her mother-in-law experienced great loss, and how they rebuilt their lives. And unlike one of the other passages we'll read on this holiday about the heavens opening up and people seeing colors and great blasts of the shofar sounding from the heavens at the moment of awesome revelation, in the book of Ruth, nothing supernatural happens. In the book of Ruth, what you see is individuals acting with profound kindness. Ruth, to her mother-in-law, says, I'm not going to leave you. You feel alone and broken in this moment as you leave what has been your home and return to where you came from, feeling bereft and empty, having lost your husband and 2 sons. But you're not alone, I'm with you. And when they arrive at Beit Lechem, not only does Naomi and Ruth show kindness to one another, but others show kindness to them, bringing comfort to Naomi, Boaz showing kindness to Ruth and instructing his men to ensure that there is ample gleanings for her to collect from fallen sheaves and from the corners of the field. She shows kindness to him, uncovering his feet and showing deference and honoring him. Others show kindness in moments where the redeeming kinsman, for example, allows and revokes his role in being able to take Ruth as a wife so that this man she clearly loves and who clearly loves her can have and share that love together in a way that is sanctified in the text and in our tradition. Part of the thread that runs through this book is an idea that the way in which ultimately redemption comes, because through Ruth and Boaz's relationship, at the very end of the story we understand that King David, that the kingship of Israel, and that the Messianic Redeemer one day comes from that sacred union. But also, unlike so many other stories in our tradition, where what happens is awesome and supernatural, and we wait for the hand of God to come down and touch us, what influences and motivates the characters in the book of Ruth, what enables them to move from a place of brokenness to an experience of redemption and hope, is the individual small acts of loving kindness that people show for one another. And of course, it's to teach us that we can make the world a much better place simply by small acts of loving kindness, of goodness, of care. But I think on this day, when we will read both the book of Ruth, but also gather and remember those who we cherish and who are with us always, but who are no longer with us in the way we wish most that they were. That each of those souls who touched us, our parents and our spouses, our siblings and our offspring, our loved ones, that they lived like these characters in the book of Ruth. That each of us can think of moments that shaped our life trajectories, that brought us from feelings of brokenness and uncertainty to hope and to a place of redemptive understanding because of the seemingly insignificant kindnesses that these loved ones showed for us. The way in which your father reassured you, the way in which your mother comforted you, the way in which your partner loved you and always saw you as beautiful in a way that sometimes it was hard to see yourself, the way in which your child gave you such a sense of knowledge and fulfillment in that what you were doing in this world, even when it was hard, was right. The way in which your sibling motivated you and challenged you. The way in which each of them showed us loving kindness and embodied that chesed that enabled us to grow into better people than we ever thought possible. That modeled for us goodness and kindness, that always did the right thing. But this is what we read about this day because, in some sense, this is modeling the life of Torah. Shavuot is the day that we celebrate God giving us wisdom, God revealing to us how to best be in this world. But one of the ways most of us experience that revelation in our lives, not just in our imaginations or our collective memories or the stories that are passed down from generation to generation, but that we really experienced, is that God put our family members in our lives. God chose our parents for us and our siblings and our offspring. God helped us find those partners that would help us grow and be our best. God taught us how to live godly, how to live a life of goodness by giving us role models in our sacred texts and role models in our sacred lives. Tonight, we invite the spirits of those who are no longer with us, but who we hold dear and who continue to always be with us, to dwell with us once more as we turn to the Yizkor prayer. Please rise as we take out the Torahs and begin the Yizkor service. Page 333, Yizkor. Excuse me, page 330. I just said an extra 3 because I like the number. I guess. Thanks, sister. Page 330.
Adonai, בין אנוש ותחשבהו אדם להבל דמו ימיו כצל עובד בבוקר יציף וחלב לערב ימולל ויבש למנות ימינו כן הודה ונביא לבב חוכמה.
Adonai, what are human beings that you take account of them, mortals that you care for them? Humans are as a breath, their days like a passing shadow. In the morning they flourish anew, in the evening they shrivel and die. Teach us to count each day that we may acquire a heart of wisdom. Some of us recall parents who gave us life, who cared for us and nurtured us, and who taught us to take our first steps on our own. Some of us remember a wife, husband or partner, our friend and lover with whom we shared so much of our lives, our failures and achievements, joys and sorrows, intimate secrets. Some of us recall brothers and sisters who matured together with us, sometimes competing with us, and sometimes encouraging us on, bound to us by a lifelong relationship. Some of us remember children entrusted to us too briefly, to whom we gave our loving care, and from whom we received a trust that enriched our lives. Their memory is always with us. Many of us recall relatives who knew us, teachers who affected us, and beloved friends who walked beside us in life, guiding us, listening to us, supporting us. Our lives are shaped by those who were alongside us as we walked on our path. May our inheritance impel us to strive to live lives of holiness and service. May memories of love inspire us to love. May painful memories impel us to mitigate the pain others experience. And may we be granted the strength to affirm life's meaning, even in the face of death. Page 331, Shiviti.
Shiviti Havaya Lenekti Tamim Shiviti Havaya Lenekti Tamim Havaya 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 Ahava Ahava Ahava.
Adonai is always before me at my right hand, lest I fall. Therefore I am glad, made happy, though I know that my flesh will lie in the ground forever. Page 333. When you pick up the Tanakh and read the book of Ruth, it is a shock how little it resembles memory. It is concerned with inheritance, lands, men's names, how women must wiggle and wobble to live. Yet women have kept it dear. For the beloved elder who cherished Ruth more friend than daughter, daughter's leave, Ruth brought even the baby she made with Boaz home as a gift. Where you go, I will go too. Your people shall be my people. I will be a Jew for you. For what is yours, I will love. As I love you, O Naomi, my mother, my sister, my heart. Show me a woman who does not dream, a double, heart's twin, a sister, of the mind in whose ears she can whisper, whose hair she can braid as her life, twist its pleasure and pain and shame. Show me a woman who does not hide, in the locket of bone, that deep eye beam of fiercely gentle love. She had once from mother, daughter, sister, once like a warm moon, that radiance aligned the tides of her blood into potent order. At the season of first fruits, we recall two travelers, co-conspirators, scavengers, making do with leftovers and mill-ins, whose friendship was far stronger than fear, stronger than hunger, who walked together the road of shards, hands joined. We turn now to page 335 and take a moment for each of us to offer in private meditations these words honoring the memory of relatives and friends who we cherish this day. The language for male friends and relatives in the Hebrew is found on the right side of the page, and for female relatives and friends on the left side of the page. Page 336.
יזכור אלוהים נשמות ידידינו, חברי הקהל הקדוש הזה שלחו לעולמם. ענה תהיינה נפשותיהם צורות בצרור החיים, ותהי מנוחתם כבוד. שובע שמחות את פניך, נמו בימינך נצח. Amen.
May God remember the souls of our friends, members of this holy congregation, who have gone to their eternal home. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May they rest in peace, honored in God's presence. Amen. Exalted, compassionate God, comfort the bereaved families of this congregation. Help us to perpetuate everything that was worthy in the lives of those no longer with us, whom we remember this day. May their memory endure as a blessing. Amen.
יזכור אלוהים נשמות כל אחינו בני ישראל, שמסרו את נפשם על קידוש השם, ואת אנשים, נשים וטף, שנחנקו, שנשרפו, שנגרעו בשואה. בעבור שנו מתפללים ביד, אז כרת nishmatam. Ana yishma b'chayinu gevuratam umsirutam v'ira b'masenu tohar libam v'tiena nafshotem surot b'tzuror ha'chaim uti menuchatam kavod sovas machot et panecha mimo bimincha netzach. Amen.
May God remember the souls of the martyrs of our people who gave their lives for the sanctification of God's name, and the men, women, and children who were slaughtered, burned, and killed in the Holocaust. In their memory we pray. May our lives reflect a measure of their bravery, dedication, and purity of soul. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May they be remembered with honor, and may they rest in peace at your right hand forever. Amen.
Amen. Yizkor Elohim and Yishmot Kol Acheinu v'Achotenu b'nei Yisrael Shikrivu et nafshotechem b'derech l'kamat Madinas Yisrael u'ganetam v'chol elah shenitbechu b'maseh Kabbalah b'avur shenu mitpalelim Ve'anas karet nishmatam Ana nizkor le'olam Chei gevuratam Umisirutam Umimiutam V'tiena nafshotehem V'tzuror ha'chaim Uti menuchatam kevod Sovas machot et panecha imo b'mincha netzach. Amen.
May God remember the souls of all those of the house of Israel who sacrificed themselves to establish the state of Israel, or who have perished in its defense, and also those slaughtered in acts of terror. In their memories we pray. May the memory of their bravery, their dedication, and their innocence be with us throughout time. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May they be remembered with honor, and may they rest in peace at your right hand forever. Amen.
El Malei Rachamim Shochein Baromim Hamatzeh Menucha Nechona Tachat Kanfei Ashina Bamalot Yerushim Uvtorim Kezohar Harakia Mazirim Lenishmat Kol Elesh Yizkardu Yolech Bracha Shalchu Leolamam Began Eden Tihi Menuchatam Hana Balarachamim Hasireh Beseter Knefecha Leolamim Utzror Betzuror Achaim Het Nishmotechem Adonai Onachalatam Vayanachu V'Shalom Al Mishkovotechem V'nomar Amen.
Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all those we have recalled today. May their memory be a blessing, and may they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace, and let us say, Amen. Let's read together in the English Psalm 23 on page 337. Adonai is my shepherd, I shall not want. God lays me down in green pastures, leads me to still waters, renews my life. guides me in right paths, for that is God's way. Though I walk through a valley as dark as death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You spread a table before me in full view of my foes. You anoint my head with oil, my cup is overflowing. Only goodness and steadfast love shall pursue me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai forever. In everything there is at least an eighth part that is death. Its weight is not great. With that secret and carefree grace, we carry it everywhere we go. On lovely awakenings, on journeys, in lovers' words in our distraction, forgotten at the edges of our affairs, it is always with us, weighing hardly anything at all. Join with me in the words of the Mourner's Kaddish, page 338. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabba, be'alamad v'ra kerutei, ve'amalich malchutei, b'chayechon u'v'yomechon, u'v'chayei d'chol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'v'zaman kariv imiru amen. Yehei shemei Rabba mevorach, le'alam ul'omei olmaya. Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yitpawar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh. V'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemei dekutsha barich hu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechamata, da'amiran be'alama v'yimeru amen. Yehei shalama rabba min shamaya, v'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'yimeru amen. Oseh shalom b'miromav, hu yaseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshevei tevel, ve'imeru. Amen. We'll now return the Torah to the ark. And we are seated. We offer a special prayer now for all those in need of healing.
Mi shebeirach avoteinu mikor havrecha ve'imotenu. May the source of strength, who has blessed the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say, Amen.
May the one who blessed our ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who brought healing to Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, bless and heal those for whom we now pray, including Zev ben Vida, Melanie Kiros, Chaim Israel ben Vichna, Yaakov ben Peniel, Peniel ben Sarah, Chana bat Miriam, Hashka Bela bat Yehudit, Mordechai ben Moshe, Yocheved bat Yenta, Yaakov Simcha ben Sarah, Dana Schlang, Bob Huff, Steve Lewis, Steve Colombo, Marvin Finkelstein, Tilla bat Pessel, Stan Weiner, Chana Rachel bat Zelda, Pinchas Yochanan ben Gezela, Yodit bat Dina, Abraham ben Sivia, Sar Yocheved bat Baracha, Shana bat Nisan, Kylie Cooperman, Carolyn Sosario, Sarah bat Tova, Adin Mordechai ben Bela, Meryl bat Perla, Tzvi ben Shoshana, Yodit bat Yocheved, Sarah Rachel bat Cyril, Mordechai ben Rut, Esther Batya bat Liba, Natan Yidel ben Leiki, Malka Devora bat Chana Shifra, Nancy Zorfis, Yodit bat Chana, Yenta Gittel bat Hinda, Elka Edel bat Bella, Avraham ben Meyer, Yitzhak Alevi ben Miriam, Vicky Bird, Chesa bat Brina, Annette Rutolo, Yehuda Braun, Harav Masha Rachel bat Godalea, Yankel Hirsch ben Malka, Aaron ben Lisa, Eliezer Leib ben Sarah Elka, Michael Donahue, Shoshana Sharon bat Chana, Chaya bat Devora, Meir David ben Brindle, Shalom ben Pesel, Chai Michael ben Yocheved, Barak ben Bracha, and all the others who we hold in our hearts at this time. May the Holy restore them to fullness of health, of body, of mind, and of spirit, blessing them and those dedicated to their care. May they journey swiftly towards healing and recovery.
Mi shebeirach imotenu V'kor ha'brecha le'avotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen.
Refuah Shlema. We rise now for Aleinu on page 56.
Aleinu l'shabeach Adon hakol, la'tei gedula le'otzer breshit, shelo asanu k'goyei ha'aratzot, velo samanu k'mishpachot ha'adama, shelo sam chalkeinu kahem, v'gor aleinu k'chol amonam, v'anachnu korim, v'mishtachavim u'modim, lifnei melech malchei hamlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kakatuv b'toratecha, Adom na'im loch le'olam va'ed, v'ne'emar v'haya Adonai, l'melech al kol haaretz, v'yom hahu yiyeh Adonai echad u'shmo echad.
We are seated. It's my sad duty to share with you that longtime member of our congregation, Errol Rafal, passed away earlier today. His funeral will be at 10 a.m. Wednesday at Bethel Cemetery. I invite mourners and those observing Yahrzeit to rise now in body or spirit and join with me in the words of the Mourner's Kaddish on page 58. Yitgadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah,
Amen.
Ve'alama tivara kerutei, ve'amalich malchutei, b'chayechon u'v'yomechon, u'v'chayei dechol Beit Yisrael, ba'agalah u'v'zaman kariv imeru. Amen. Yehei Shemei Rabbah mevarach, le'olam u'lomei u'mayah. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpawar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal, Shemei dekudsha b'richu. Le'ela min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechamata, da'amiran be'alama v'imeru. Amen. Yehei shalama rabba min shamaya, b'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imeru. Amen. Oseh shalom b'yimeromav, hu yaseh shalom, aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol Yoshevei Tevel, ve'imeru. Amen. May be seated. My pleasure to invite President of our congregation, Rabbi Young, with this evening's announcements.
Chag Sameach, everybody.
Chag Sameach.
Thank you, rabbis, for leading us in a beautiful service. Much appreciated. Thank you, Pam, for your technical support. We're glad to have you back from vacation. I'm not going to give a lot of announcements tonight. I just want to remind everybody that we do have an abundance of cheesecake. We have amazing clergy who are teaching classes from 20 minutes from now till about midnight. And as you go outside on the table, there's actually a schedule of classes that you can pick from. And I hope you'll have some great Torah learning tonight. Chag Sameach.
Oh, it's worth to note that services tomorrow morning will be at Bethel tomorrow morning, and that on Tuesday we will be having Day 2 Shavuot services here, along with Hallel, reading of the book of Ruth, and Yizkor as well on Tuesday morning. And I think there's going to be leftover cheesecake. I'm just guessing, unless we do a really good job tonight.
I mean, if there's not leftover cheesecake, then we'll have brand new cheesecake.
Oh.
Right? We would not deprive anybody of cheesecake on the cheesecake holiday, which is Shavuot, which is tonight. The rabbis taught us that one of the reasons why we consume dairy products tonight is because just as we would be without life if we did not have our mother's milk, so too we wouldn't be able to live without the nourishment of Torah. And so the association became of having dairy on this day. And so we have cheesecake and blintzes and other delicacies.
It's a good answer. I just imagine eating a big steak on a night you're supposed to stay up late. Like, who would do that? You know what I mean? You couldn't. There would just be no way.
Related to that, as some of you are aware, that the custom of staying up late to study Torah really only began in the 1300s as a result of coffee being produced and available to people. And so for the first time, people were capable of staying up much later. And this is one of the things that led the early Kabbalists to establish this custom of the Tikkun Le'el Shavuot. So exactly, coffee and cheesecake are traditions for the... Archer, right up here. Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to do Hatikva first?
Okay. Please rise now for Hatikva, page 448.
Kol balevav penima nefesh Yehudi homiya ufatei mizrach kadima ayin leTzion Sophia od lo avta tikvateinu hatikva bat shnot alpayim liot am chofshi be'artzenu Eretz Tzion Yerushalayim liot am chofshi be'artzenu Eretz Tzion Yerushalayim.
And you can find the Kiddush for festival evenings beginning on page 79.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol am berom emanu lekol hashon v'kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'atitin lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'ahava umodim l'simcha chagim uzmanim l'sason et yom chag hashavot hazeh zman matan Toratenu. Mikra Kodesh, Zecher L'Tziat Mitzrayim, Kivanu V'charta, V'yotanu Kidashta Mikol Amim, U'moedei Kodshecha, B'simcha V'sason Chitcheltanu, Baruch Atah Adonai, Mikadesh Yisrael, V'hazmanim.
Amen.
Asu Shechianu, Baruch Atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Shehecheyanu, V'kidmanu, V'higianu, L'azman. Oh, a good year, a good, nice news.
All right, it's already cut for us, Rabbi.
There
But
you
you know, there were 12, some people have the custom of having 12 chalot on Shavuot because the showbread that was presented in the tabernacle and the temple on Shavuot include 12 chalot.
Full of information.
One for each tribe of Israel, not including the Levites.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
Amen. Torah,
Torah, Torah, Torah, Torah, Torah,
Torah, Manu Moshe. Torah, 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 Manu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tzivanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tzivanu Moshe. Adonai Oz Lamo Yiten, Adonai Barach, Atamo Vashalom, Chag Sameach, everyone. Hope you'll stick around for some cheesecake and learning.
So It's a D minor C. Oh, then you go. United created corresponding instructions or like lifting up and praying. See that by their choice. And we have 8 hours. Which is an Ukrainian Dorian. And he doesn't even know it.
Probably. Or they will. I'm home.
I feel like it's a down here situation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Where's Andre?
He's on vacation right now.
Oh, yeah. Good for him.
Which one? Whenever you know it.
Shlosha devarim,
Al Shlosha devarim, Al Shlosha devarim, Haolam omeid. Al Shlosha devarim, Al Shlosha devarim, Al Shlosha devarim, Haolam omeid. Al Torah. Chag Sameach, everyone. Wonderful to have all of you here and to be able to be together as we receive Torah, as we celebrate this sacred time of Shavuot. I'm delighted to be joined by so many amazing clergy colleagues from wonderful synagogues, from Beth El and from Solel, from Temple Chai and Temple Chai until a little bit, from Temple Kol Ami. Oh, you're hiding over there. Let's see, who else is here? Formerly from Tucson, but now retired over here. I said Bethel. All right, amazing. So many wonderful colleagues from so many fabulous congregations, and so many wonderful community members from near and far coming. We're thrilled at Or Tzion to welcome you. Just a couple words of direction. You'll see on the programs that have the different classes and where they are. This room is the main sanctuary. For the Beit Midrash, when you go out, it's to the left. It's right over there. And the social hall is the room that there is food in, but we're going to be, for those that are learning there are some seats that are set up in the round towards the back of the room, and that's where the sessions will be. We're so excited to share our wisdom and our love of Torah and tradition with you. And I want to invite my colleague, Rabbi John Linder of Temple Solel, to share just some brief words about what it means to be here for Shavuot coming together, why we do this ritual, and also to express gratitude, John, for your friendship, for your wisdom, for your Torah that you shared with the community at Temple Solel and the community of rabbis and beyond in Scottsdale for many years as you approach your next step. So please.
Well, it is a blessing to be together, and of course in Jewish tradition, we can learn solo. Just wake up and open up a chumash or whatever it is, and that's deeply meaningful. But there's a reason why we learn in Chavruta, not only to learn different perspectives from one another, but we build community, and this is, Rabbi Green, a beautiful opportunity to bring our community together for a Tikkun Leil Shavuot. We will go to midnight, and not everybody will go to midnight, and let our learning also reflect the deeds that we do, that we learn from Torah, and we take it out into the world. And what a blessing it is to serve this community and to learn from each of you tonight. Chag Sameach, everyone.
Thank you, John. I wanted to mention also Congregation Beth Israel, who are also with us tonight, and Rabbi Khan will be teaching later. Looking forward to learning with him. And I also want to share that, especially in light of today's news out of Boulder, that we are well aware that there are those in our world that will attack us for being Jewish. And one of the things that we lean into is not only the anxiety and stresses of what it means to be Jewish today, but also the joy of what it is to be Jewish. And that thousands of years ago our ancestors received Torah, and that as John just shared with us, as Rabbi Linder just shared with us, we continue to receive Torah through what we do tonight, and that each of us have a wisdom, a Torah to share, and that this is an opportunity for us to proudly express who we are as a Jewish people, and to recognize that the blessings and joys of Judaism, of wisdom, of Torah, and of revelation are ours to behold and to cherish.
So what we're going to do is we are going to celebrate that Torah, and obviously you see on your outline that we're going to have several classes throughout the evening, but we thought we would do a little Ruach Raiser in the space. So we want to invite our community's clergy to come on up and open the ark for us so that we can have a little taste of a hakafah, a little singing, a little giving a Torah, a little love and attention as we prepare to go into our learning tonight. So clergy, come on up. I'm going to ask everyone to rise as we recognize the Torah in this particular moment, always there for us through whatever we need, no matter the weather. There it is. Come on up. Despite the weather. Zot HaTorah Asher Zal Moshe Lifnei Bnei Yisrael Al Pi Adonai Yad Moshe. Torah, 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 Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva Lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva Lanu Moshe. Moshe, Tilat Yaakov, Morashaket, Tilat Yaakov, Morashaket, Tilat Yaakov, Torah, Lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva Lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Torah. All right, on page 365, we're going to go right into the words of Mipiel, the words coming off from God. Here we go. 365. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. Ein Adir Kadonai, Ein Baruch Ben Abraham, Ein Gedulah Katorah, Ein Drasha Yisrael. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. Ein Hador Kadonai, Ein Vatik Ruben Avran, Ein Kiviyah Katorah, Ein Hachma BeYisrael. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. Mipiel, Mipiel, Yevarach Yisrael. All right. Go ahead and turn to the person next to you if you're comfortable. Oh.
I was reminded that not everyone knows all of the rabbis
You
and
may have a
cantors in
seat.
our community as I'm blessed to. So to those clergy that were just with us, if you can remain standing so I can just, or actually come up here again. I know. It's a lot of being on the bima, but I'm excited to share it with you. You are used to it. Yes, so
Okay.
I want to introduce everyone, for those that don't know. First, Rabbi Aviva Funky. Hey, everybody. Previously of the Bureau of Jewish Education.
Still for a little
bit. Soon to be of Arizona State University Hillel.
Hey!
I'm Rabbi Andy Green of Congregation Or Tzion. Thrilled to welcome you here. Here we have Cantor Ross Woolman. Currently, and soon to be no longer of Temple Chai after
For a few more weeks.
Really,
Heading to Glencoe, Illinois.
beautiful.
Another suburb of Chicago shortly.
Wishing you, Malka, and the kids so much success in the future. Cantor Sarah Bolt of Congregation Bethel in Phoenix.
Welcome! I just have the microphone.
Okay,
I think she's the newest addition to the Phoenix clergy.
I think so. here we have-
With us a year and hopefully staying long, many years. Rabbi Nitzan Steinkoken from Bethel. You know me.
Hi, I'm Rabbi Emily Siegel from Temple Chai.
Rabbi Jeremy Schneider, Temple Kolami. Rabbi Charlie Levy, happy member of Congregation Beth Israel.
Rabbi Linder, Temple Solel.
Beautiful.
So, what I want to invite us all to, this is one of the, hold on. I know I'm loud enough, but this is the moment that we have survived enough to be able to be here right now and bring in this holiday. On all holidays, we get to say Shehechianu, but I think that there's something even more sweet and wonderful about this particular Shavuot, and I can't help but feel just emotional seeing our incredible communities. I'll bounce it out just a little bit. Our incredible communities together being able to say, Am Yisrael Chai, we are the Jewish community from all corners, and our friends from Sholo coming all the way down here. We're so blessed to be this community. So if you're comfortable, put your arm around the person next to you. We're going to sing the Shehechianu, and then we'll lead into our blessing for learning together.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam melech haolam shehechianu v'kimanu v'higianu l'zman hazeh. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam melech haolam shehechianu v'kimanu v'higianu l'zman hazeh.
All right, Cantor woman, you're going to lead us right into this blessing of learning Torah. Maybe you know this little ditty. If not, welcome to it.
Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongues. Let's sing it together. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongues. Oh, come on, you're full of cheesecake. Let's go. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongues. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. The blessing goes like this. Baruch atah Adonai. Let's sing that. Baruch atah Adonai. Same thing. Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher kishanu b'mitzvotav etzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah, la'asok b'divrei Torah. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Chag Sameach!
Chag Sameach! Look at that, 7:44. Our first class begins at 7:45. Have a wonderful first session of learning. This is the main sanctuary. The Beit Midrash is right around, and the social hall is to the right. Chag Sameach!
Chag Sameach, and you'll find coffee right outside the sanctuary to your left.
Yay! I was just leading into the hug.
Yeah, I was. You were too. We're leading it.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you. Thank you. I knew you'd.
Yes. Big cat.
Big kiss.
This is what we get to do.
That was like a class.
The sanctuary is able to stream. So people that are with us online are able to be watching, participating. We'll just ask everyone to sit in front of rows or something.
Yeah, well, I may just depend on
Yeah.
I may just do
That's fine. But
you're teaching. Are you teaching it here?
I think so.
Awesome. Hi, by the way.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
some work, and in the back she's going to...
Okay, so I'm going to give people who are getting coffee or whatever a minute to filter in. And in the meantime, I'm going to encourage you to come close. I won't bite. There are no pop quizzes. Okay? Just because otherwise, how are we going to be together and learn together if we're not a little bit close together? Okay? I love some bold first row. Right? There are no extra pop quizzes in the first row also, I promise. We'll give everyone a minute to filter on in. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know where it is or how we're getting it, but absolutely. All right, the text sheet is coming around. All right, I do have a couple extra text sheets if anyone needs. Here we go. Okay. Yes. Alas, it's just the title. Okay, just some extras if anyone needs. Here you go. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Okay, hello. Chag Sameach. Okay, we have a few extra copies of the text sheet over here. So if you see people filtering in, you can direct them. There are a few copies right here. And if those run out, you can share, okay? All right, so I think we can go right ahead and dig on in. So again, I'm Rabbi Siegel. I'm the senior rabbi of Temple Chai. It's such a treat to have the chance to celebrate Shavuot together in the broader Jewish community and to have the chance to dig into some study together. I never turn down a chance to study and to dig into text, and what a beautiful opportunity when we have a Tikkun Leil Shavuot shared within our community. So, all right, okay. So we have this text sheet here focused on an experience recorded in Talmud, and we can think what we will of the exact historical truth of the experience. To my mind, not the most important part, and it centers around Yalta. So I put our little cast of characters as we were beginning. And you don't need to be a Talmud expert to dig into a text of Talmud, certainly a little story like this one. So here's our cast of characters. Rav Nachman is a third generation Amora, so one of the rabbis of the Talmud, lived in Babylon and was the head of the yeshiva in Nehardea, so pretty prominent. Okay, Rav Nachman, commonly quoted in Talmud. Yalta was his wife, and Yalta was the daughter of the exilarch. And so the exilarch is the political head of the Babylonian Jewish community. So she comes from an extremely prominent family, and as it happens, a very wealthy family as well. And so because of his marriage to her, Rav Nachman has the opportunity to entertain guests and dignitaries, and it raises his station by virtue of his wife's lineage and family connections. And Yalta happens to be the woman who is most frequently named in the Babylonian Talmud by name, okay? So we have other women who are referenced as the wife of, and that happens frequently, but by name, Yalta is the one who's most frequently mentioned, interestingly enough. They are about to entertain a guest, Ula, who is a third generation Amora as well, so one of the figures of the Talmud from the same period. He frequently traveled to Babylon from his home in Israel, and as we will see, he was strict in his interpretation of the law. And then we have Rav Yochanan and Rav Natan. Okay, so two other rabbis, one a generation earlier, and then another one who is a Dannah, so a rabbi of the Mishnah, son of the Babylonian exilarch. Okay? So Yalta and Rav Nachman and Ula are the key characters for us to keep track of in our story. Okay, so we are going to go on to the second page here. We're going to do this in English. Whew, they breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, and so as I read through, if something confuses you, if you want to react to something, I'd love for this not to just be me talking. Raise your hand, jump on in, we'll react together, okay? Pardon? I think I'm going to read it because I want to be able to jump in with a little this and that, but don't hesitate to raise your hand, okay? All right, Ula happened to come to the house of Rav Nachman. Okay, right, Ula often comes to Babylon from his house in Israel, we learned that. He ate bread, so they're entertaining him, right? So they're hosting their guest. He ate bread, he recited Birkat Hamazon, the blessing after meals, and gave the cup of blessing to Rav Nachman. So the cup of blessing is a ritual, an identified ritual that has to do with showing respect to someone else with whom you're dining, right? So you pour out wine, and we don't have the exact defined ritual, but this was an established ritual showing respect to someone else with whom you're dining, okay? So Ula gave the cup of blessing to Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman said to him, Master, Rav, please send the cup of blessing to Yalta, my wife. Right? Okay. So Ula is sitting, picture the scene. They're sitting at the table. It's Rav Nachman, his wife Yalta, who would have prepared or directed the preparation of everything for hosting. And Ula passes the cup of blessing to Rav Nachman. And Yalta is just sitting there. Right? So it's a little bit of an awkward moment, but Rav Nachman nudges his guest, please send the cup of blessing to my wife as well. This is something the guest does for their host. Ula responded to him, there is no need. As Rabbi Yochanan said as follows, so he's quoting a generation before, the fruit of a woman's body is blessed only from the fruit of a man's body. As it is stated, and this is part of a broader quote, and God will love you and bless you and make you numerous, and God will bless the fruit of your body. This part is a little bit easier to see in the Hebrew and in the Aramaic because it has to do with the feminine or masculine declension of the words. Okay, but we're going to get there for understanding. So it's not the fruit of her feminine singular body, rather the fruit of your masculine singular body. Okay, so he's saying, well, through you, Yalta is blessed anyway, through this biblical quote. So I don't really need to send it to her because by sending it to you, it's kind of like I am also sending it to her. She is only blessed as a woman through you as a man. Okay? That was also taught in a Baraita. That is a text that didn't make it into the Talmud, but is of the same period and in the same kind of literary sphere that people were aware of. So it was taught in a Baraita. Rabbi Natan says, from where is it derived that the fruit of a woman's body is only blessed from the fruit of a man's body? As it is stated, and God will bless the fruit of your body, the fruit of her feminine singular body was not stated. Okay, so this is yet another proof text for the same thing. Okay, Ula is digging in his heels. I'm going to pause here. If you've read ahead, then I'm not asking you this question. I'm asking everyone who has not read ahead. Okay? I'm a serial read-ahead-er, so I understand if you've read ahead. But how do we think Yalta is feeling right now? Irritated, right? Anger, irritation. Here's this guy enjoying her hospitality, right? And, right, so maybe she's used to it, right? Maybe this is another Tuesday, right? In terms of the people who come to her table and how she's treated. We don't know due to her social status, right? If the way Yalta is treated differs from the way any wife of any sage is treated, but perhaps she's used to it.
Are we putting modern day thought processes onto the time in a way that may or may not have been there at that exact moment?
Great question. So I'm going to repeat it just because for anyone online or anyone who didn't hear, are we putting, I'm going to do my best and you'll correct me, are we putting modern day lenses on as we're viewing this text with sort of our modern way of thinking about male-female relations or how someone might have reacted, right? And you didn't ask this, but I'm going to add, and is that right or wrong? Right? Is there any other way to read the text? But it's a really important, I think, question to ask and awareness to have. Yes?
Well, women were so used to being secondary that they might not have even, would have been very rare to consider whether they were being treated as secondary because it was the standard.
Right, so it was so standard for women to be treated as secondary, it might have even been rare to consider whether they were because that's the ocean we're swimming in and we're the fish, right? Are we going to notice the setting around us? Yeah. Right, so Rabbi Nachman, right. Right, and we don't necessarily know. So you said Rabbi Nachman didn't feel that way, though, right? And it doesn't seem that he did, but we don't exactly know his motivation, right? Is it, it's before this supposed proof text that Ula brings about, a woman's, belly is only blessed through a man's,
Do it without
Right, you're a guest in this home. Right, you're a guest in the home and your host says, hey, can you pass the cup of blessing to my wife? Right, the polite thing to do seems to be not disagree with a proof text or two, but to go right ahead and do that. Yes?
Okay, so another thing could be that Rabbi Nachman was asking for Ula to pass it to her, maybe because of her lineage, because you said because of her lineage, he was able to entertain he had a higher standing. And so maybe it had nothing to do with the fact that she was a woman, but it had to do with the fact of her, that she came from, the Exelarch family, that kind of thing.
Right, so maybe for Rav Nachman it didn't have to do with gender at all, but had to do with her standing overall, right, which was significant, which was higher than Ula's, which was higher than Rav Nachman's, simply due to her lineage.
Rabbi Nachman also knows that his wife is a spicy lady, and if he is not proactive in getting her the recognition that she's used to and that she deserves, she's the daughter of the Exelarch, right? That there's going to be hell to pay.
Right, so maybe he knew his wife and he was trying to head off the inevitable reaction if she was snubbed in this manner. Spicy, I like calling Yelta spicy. Right? So maybe he simply knew his wife and what mattered to her for whatever reason, and how she would react if she was excluded in this way. Did I see a hand over here?
But if you look at even the 13th, the 14th century, women were still secondary. That went on for a long time, and that's very unusual for a man to even consider his wife's feelings or his wife's role or whatever, because he's so used to being, for thousands of years, they were in every status, not just Judaism, but,
Right, so for, a good 1,000+ years after this text, women were by and large still secondary societally, right? In many ways, we could point to today, within the last 50 years, 100 years, how long ago was it that women could, get a credit card without a man signing on? It's so recent, it's 70s, right? So it's so many things are so recent. And at the same time, so, you were saying that a man might not have even been expected to consider his wife's feelings, and that certainly is true in certain time periods. I will say it's firmly situated within Jewish law and within Jewish teaching that that both partners were and are supposed to be considerate of one another, considerate of each other's feelings, right? And there's one thing to talk about social status, but that doesn't mean that a man wouldn't consult his wife, respect his wife. Were there societal roles that they were playing? Yes. But we don't have to, think of any woman we encounter in Talmud or in Jewish text as without power. It might not be the power we exercise today, but women certainly weren't devoid of power overall, painting with a broader brush. Was it as we might like to imagine? Had we our druthers as we read back? No. But that's about our modern lens that we're bringing as well, right? Okay, yes?
But in Judaism versus other societies, what happened to a woman if her husband died? Because in other societies, she didn't have anything. They often had to get, do things to survive. What happens if we do this?
Right. So the question... Right, the question was, what happens to a woman if her husband dies, right? Did she have options? And the answer is it depended a lot on a lot of different factors and a lot of different time periods. The on one foot version, though, is that a woman would have had a ketubah, which guaranteed her certain standing and certain rights, whether in the case of divorce or the case of the death of her husband, and a good amount depended on her life moment. Did she have children, grown children? Did they have financial stability or land? And did she have family to turn to or turn back to? There were cases when women were widowed and were able to then exercise greater power than during the time when they were married after stepping into certain roles as well. She's asking if widowed women in Judaism had more rights than widowed women in the rest of society. I'm going to give you a really unsatisfying answer. And the answer is it depended, and it depends which society we're talking about, which time period, which area. So it's too broad of a question, but I love the question. 2 last comments, and then we're going to read the rest of the text. Yeah.
So I was just going to say, we're talking about, the role of women and things like that. In this case, simply you have Rav Nachman who asks his guest to behave a certain way, and the guest decides to go toe-to-toe with him on why not to. You just have a rude house guest.
Right, a rude house guest, right? He's going toe-to-toe instead of being respectful of his host. David, yes.
It is, if you study the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are numerous lawsuits brought by women dealing with their estates and their properties. So they had equal hearing before the law. And within Roman society, theoretically, it was all men. But so many men died, the women ruled the estates and controlled who the successors would be. Even if they did not have legal standing, they basically controlled the home life under the Roman goddess. Her name was used, Hera? No, Hephaestus, one of the house. Under her rules, she was the one in charge of the house. Even though he owned the property, she controlled what the house said.
All right. I'm not going to try to repeat all of that. Did people hear some of it at least? Okay. And if you have further questions on that, ask David after the session. Okay, so let's keep rolling with our text. Okay, so we have Ula. Rav Nachman has said, pass my wife the cup of blessing. And he didn't just say no thank you. He said, here's why I'm really, really right that I shouldn't because she's a woman. So he went in that direction. And here's Yalta's reaction. Meanwhile, Yalta heard this conversation. She arose in rage, entered the wine storage or the wine cellar, and broke 400 barrels of wine. So she had some feelings about what happened. Okay? 400 barrels. Think about how much time that takes, right? Think about how tired she would have been on barrel 199. And yet she doubles that and a bit more. And wait, who just said it's so wasteful? Right? And it's so wasteful. 400 barrels. That shows their wealth. Also, picture in their personal wine cellar, they have 400 barrels. So messy. Who's going to clean it up? Doesn't seem like Yalta's planning to, right? Servants probably, right? But think how angry and how much physical strength and energy that would take, and how wasteful it is, how destructive as well. And let's call a spade, whose wine really was this? Hers, right? Shared with Rav Nachman, but she's the one with the wealth. This is her wine. 400 barrels. Then, doesn't say anything about their reactions. They heard all the smashing coming from the cellar and tried to have a good conversation awkwardly. We don't have any of that. Then Rav Nachman said to Ula, Rabbi, please send her another cup. How about now? Now will you send her the cup of blessing? Ula sent Yalta a different cup, saying, all of this is blessed wine too. So he doesn't really send her the cup of blessing. He sort of passes her a cup and says, all wine is blessed, so here you go. She responded, from itinerant beggars, words are generated. From rags, lice are generated. So she is taking, so if you're someone who can read Hebrew or Aramaic, it's the very last line. Those 4 words right above that is from itinerant beggars, words are generated. From rags, lice are generated. Yeah, mimi hadure mile, umis martute kalme. Right, so it's this kind of sing-songy, poetic, rhyming. This is like a common folk saying that she is using in this moment. So she is playing on kind of the literary or folk, like the folk literary spectrum happening at this time and showing her own intelligence and prowess. So he's coming to her house and she's saying, you know, itinerant beggars, people coming to people's houses to be hosted, can generate words much like rags, you know, send lice from one place to another. Right, she didn't quote Torah.
She's using folk words of the street, you know, she's not coming back.
Right, it would have been satisfying if this story ended with her grammatical, you know, 1-2 in response. From Torah, maybe, right? From Torah or quoting another sage. That would be satisfying. We don't have that. She has a pretty good dig, but it's not from Torah. Yeah.
Actually, I think maybe she was doing it in a way that he didn't know what she was saying, but probably her husband did. And also, you know, exemplifying the fact that I'm talking, he's not understanding because I'm smarter than he is.
Oh, right, so maybe she's saying something in a way that her husband will understand the dig, but since it's a folk saying and not from Torah, that their guest might not understand.
And demonstrating her superiority.
Right, and demonstrating her intelligence or perhaps her superiority.
I think there's a real good chance she didn't know Torah. She wasn't learning Torah. My late aunt had told me a story that she used to take my father for his bar mitzvah lessons. Of course, she never got them, but she said that she would sit outside and learn because she would listen to what was going on inside where he was studying. So I think there's a real good chance that she was not a student of Torah because it was not, even though it was said it's given to all, but she was not able to receive it.
Right, and so I don't know if everyone could hear, but you know, essentially that because it wasn't commonplace, it was certainly far from the norm for women to at least formally learn Torah, she might not have had that capability to kind of to respond in kind with a proof text. And that's certainly the case. We do have examples in Talmud where certain women are educated. Right, like Bruria, and certain others, but they are the exception, not the rule. And that's part of why they're worthy of mention, or at least we believe them to be the exception rather than the rule. We don't know for sure. We can also presume that women had a certain facility with quotes or with understanding, but that kind of grammatical proof texting would have been, you know, much more of like a Beit Midrash kind of skill. All right, so I have some other texts for us, but before we go, we're probably not going to hit on all of them, but before we take a look, I'm curious about overall reactions. I want to know your take on Yalta's rage and Yalta's reaction. We've already said it was destructive, it would have taken so much energy, but you understand it. Okay, here, tell me about understanding it.
Okay, I understand it because Ula was a guest in her home. I'm just going to think of it this way. She made this big meal, okay? She sat around, you know, had to play the good little wife, sit there, you know, listen to them talk, you know, everything was like, she had to be quiet, I'm sure. You know, and then, you know, after he ate her food, he basically was talking to her husband the whole time, and I'm sure left her out of the conversation. Then it comes down for the cup of blessing, and instead of just, you know, giving it to her, he gives it to, you know, Rav Nachman, her husband, and he said, send that to my wife, and instead of just sending it to his wife, he made a whole big stink and went into this whole thing about how basically she's not worthy of having it, okay? And she rightfully so got pretty PO'd. And you're a guest in my home, and then you're going to treat me like a second-class citizen, like I'm nothing. I'm going to get upset. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to destroy my own property. I may have, I don't know, you can go to jail for things, but, I guess not, maybe back then. But, I'm thinking I would have gotten him out of my house. I would have had my husband throw him out, or I may have thrown him out myself and said, look, if you're good enough to be in my house and I'm good enough to serve you, then I'm good enough to have this cup of blessing, and you really need to reevaluate what you just said, because without a woman, you would not be alive. There you go.
All right, understandable upset. Understandable upset.
Maybe it was just building up, and this was the straw, that she'd been treated this way by others. We only have this particular story. And perhaps she had been treated like this, and maybe the fact that he came back at her with text and those kinds of things, it was just the straw and broke the camel's back, that's all. Broke the 400 barrels of wine.
Right, maybe this was the final straw. Maybe she was pushed and she was pushed, and something about quoting text for this, which he presumed she wouldn't be able to do back, right, just was the final straw. Right, so she was maybe a woman before her time, right? Maybe she was anticipating, she was chafing against some of the strictures of her time.
I think we also have to recognize the power dynamic, because she's from a wealthy family. She's the one who bought the 400 barrels. So there's a power dynamic that maybe Nahum is actually in his position because of her position.
Right, so if Nachman has his position because of her position, it changes the dynamic.
Maybe she was angry because her husband wasn't more supportive. Like, he just came out in the beginning and was supportive, and then he doesn't say anything further.
Right, so maybe her anger was directed not only perhaps at Ula, but at her husband. He says, please pass the cup of wine. We don't know if he says, oh, come on, that's kind of rude, friend, or if he just lets it go and she's sitting there feeling undefended, right? Because that wine, even though it might have come from her wealth, they were both going to use it.
I'm just curious, if I'm trying to visualize the scene in my head and they're sitting they're dining at the table. How big could this table be that the husband, recognizing that this guest is not behaving appropriately, get up from the table and give it to your wife? Or is there a protocol that it has to go from one man to the next to the...
So the protocol is that the guest passes, it's like a symbol of respect for the host. And there are other cases recorded where it is passed to women. So it's not that you can't pass it or it wouldn't have been acceptable to pass to a woman, right? So there's a protocol to follow so that her husband isn't like, here's the cup of blessing, honey, right? And just bypassing him. So it's an interesting position, right? He's encouraging his guest.
Yes. I have a question about why you think this is included in the Talmud in the first place. So, for example, would this reflect a difference of opinion about the role of women at the time? Clearly, Nachman takes one approach, Ula takes another, but what's the point of this in the Talmud, do you think?
Oh, that's a great question. So the question of why this is included in Talmud is a really good one. We have a number of different stories about Yalta that are somewhat disjointed, and she certainly seems like she was a character and known for being a little bit more outspoken, let's say, than your common woman, but she wasn't a common woman, right? She had a certain standing, and her husband, though he didn't come from wealth, was certainly a prominent rabbi and the head of a yeshiva. And it's a little bit hard to say why this was included in Talmud. So much of Talmud is a train of thought that connects one to the other. So I have some thoughts about what it can teach us, but I'm going to hold that a little bit for 5 minutes-ish from now, as we're getting to the end of our time, because I'd like to think that some of the questions it can raise for us now are among the same questions that perhaps the rabbis might have been interested in it raising. Not all of them, but some of them, when the choice was made to include this in Talmud. But I'm going to hold that for just a sec.
So this may not be popular, but when I read this, I think I understand why she got enraged. I understand losing your mind and being upset, and especially if it's the last straw that broke the back. But at the same time, what value did that bring to her in the end? It is a gross overreaction, because ultimately she hurt her own self with all, getting rid of all those barrels of wine. And not only that, probably even the community had to come and clean it up for probably days or even weeks. So, so what value was it to do that? Probably not very much. So, what they say, pick your battles. She might have been better off to maybe say something, or maybe only, do 5 barrels. But 400 barrels, that's just, to me, seems like just a huge gross overreaction.
Right, and you're exactly right. She ends up, who is living with the consequences of her rage? Ula is going to go back to Israel. Ula's leaving, right? It is unlikely that she did anything. In fact, we see that Ula is still sticking to his desire to not pass the cup of blessing, right? So she and her husband are living with the consequences of her actions, right? And it seems a bit hyperbolic in the telling of the story. She was so angry. How angry was she? So angry she smashed 400 barrels of wine, right? It's a round number. It seems hyperbolic, right? But she was so enraged. And so it certainly raises questions for us about not just rage, but how anger can be expressed. So the potentially destructive power of anger. And then I'm skipping a little bit, but I think it also can raise questions about whether anger can be generative in a positive way. This isn't necessarily an example of this, but it raises the questions about the destructive or generative power of anger. Did I see a hand this away before? I didn't want to miss. Okay, so I want to take the quickest little peek. I'm going to skip over the next text on the bottom of page 2 that just mentions that, in fact, the quote that Yalta uses from this, the commonplace saying, was actually used by Ben Sira to characterize how women generate wickedness. So she is turning a text on its head. We don't know if she was familiar with that or not, but it seems like she's turning a text about the wickedness of women on its head, about the nastiness of this particular guest. I'm not going to read it now, but if you're interested later, Rachel Adler, who's on page 3, an awesome text from Rachel Adler. She is an incredible character herself. If you haven't read anything written by Rachel Adler, she wrote one of the formative texts on Jewish feminism. She was a practicing Orthodox woman who then began teaching at Hebrew Union College and identifies as Reform. Both her son and daughter-in-law are Reform rabbis, but she is incredible, so look her up and read that text. But I want to read, this is not a Jewish text, this is on the bottom of page 3. This is from a book called The Power of Anger in the Work of Love, Christian Ethics for Women and Other Strangers. It's from 1981. But I love this quote about anger. Anger is not the opposite of love. It's better understood as a feeling signal that all is not well in relation to other persons or groups or to the world around us. Anger is a mode of connectedness to others, and it is always a vivid form of caring. To put the point another way, anger is, and it always is, a sign of some resistance in ourselves to the moral quality of the social relations in which we are immersed. So anger is a form of caring, and a moral reaction to the situation in which we find ourselves. Note that it doesn't say what we do out of anger. It's talking about the feeling, right? So, and then I want to jump a little bit ahead. In the middle of page 4, I want to just call out, this is from a book published in 2016, Changing the World from Inside Out, A Jewish Approach to Personal and Social Change, by David Jaffe. And David Jaffe talks about anger as hot or cold. Right, hot anger is the anger of Moses smashing the first set of tablets as soon as he saw the golden calf. It's reactive, explosive, and immediate. And what Jaffe calls cold anger, on the other hand, is anger we can sit with. It can create something new. With it, we can seek repair and reconciliation. Like fire, rage can destroy or can create. It's up to us to decide how to express it and how to harness that power. The challenge, whether in our personal lives or in the public sphere, is the fine line balancing act between the extremes. Right, so in Yalta, it seems that we have an example of what hot anger looks like. And it could be the case that in her day and age, cold anger, so to speak, didn't have a possible end result. Societal change in the age of Yalta, if she's a woman before her time, she's a very much before her time. So it could be that perhaps she felt that hot anger was her only recourse. What could cold anger achieve? Perhaps, or achieve outside of the realm of her own home, simply with her and her husband. But for us in our day and age, there's so much anger that we encounter from so many spheres in our world, whether that's in family relationships where anger comes into play, whether that's in community, in society, or between different groups in our world. And I think we would do well to consider the possibly destructive power of anger and how we can not enable our anger simply to spark and grow like a wildfire, but to be harnessed into the power to create good in our world. So it is 8:29, and I think, Rabbi Green, am I right that I'm just about out of time now? He's very busy back there. Is 8:30 my ending time? I think so. Okay. All right. Well, my friends, thank you for studying with me. Feel free to read through the other texts, or if you really want to know more about Yalta, shoot me an email. I'll shoot you some more texts. Chag Sameach.
Okay. Hey. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. You can help pass these out so everyone can get one. That's all right. Got it. Okay. We'll just give a couple another minutes and then get started. That's fine. It's good to have enough because there will be people that walk in that want them, and that is no problem. All right, friends. I know it'll be a little bit easier if we move closer, but for those of you that wherever you're comfortable, that's fine too. Let's learn together. So we're going to explore tonight a full sugya of the Gemara, a full unit of Talmud. Usually when we discuss and teach Talmud, we often are picking and pulling out just a couple of lines of text in order to demonstrate a point or to discuss a particular facet of a story. But the way in which the Talmud is designed and constructed moves from topic to topic within general themes, almost as a stream of consciousness. And it's similar to the way that conversation flows, that we're talking about one thing and then you think of something related and it starts a tangent and a new discussion comes from that, and it continues and continues. There are more copies of the sheets right over here. Right over here. There you are, Susan. Okay. Yeah. You'll see that as we explore the text. Before we get into the text from Masechet Ketubot in particular, which is really the only major Talmudic unit that deals with issues related to the status and sanctity of the land of Israel in and of itself, and related to that is the origin for different theological ideas concerning the contemporary state of Israel. I want to emphasize the verses that I have at the top here that come from Song of Songs. Song of Songs, many of you are familiar. It's the Megillah that we read on Passover. Shavuot is connected to Passover by the Omer, so fitting that we're discussing it now as well, even though the Megillah we read this week is Megillat Ruth, the book of Ruth. And the book Song of Songs is erotic love poetry in the Bible. Many of the rabbis are uncomfortable with the fact that it's there. Art Scroll, particularly as a publisher, does not translate the words of Song of Songs literally, but uses an interpretation based on Rashi's commentary in their translation. So if you have any Art Scroll book that has Song of Songs, or an Art Scroll Chumash, and you go to that section, you will see the translation in English will say, God says, and then Israel says, because the classic interpretation of Song of Songs is that these different expressions that discuss things like your breasts being as beautiful as leaping gazelles, and what a handsome and strong man you are, as being actually about the love between God and Israel, which is a beautiful rabbinic idea, but it also is probably not the original intention of the author of this erotic love poetry, which seems to be much more physical in its language. But because of that interpretation, the sages often project particular ideas onto verses from Song of Songs. And Rabbi Akiva famously said that it is the Holy of Holies of the Tanakh, the holiest book in the entire Bible. And so the rabbis tend to assign significant meaning to it. So if you look at the verses that I pulled from Song of Songs, chapter 2, verse 7, chapter 3, verse 5 are actually identical, the same words, though you'll notice the trope is slightly different. And then chapter 8, verse 4 is identical to that minus a couple words, right? And these each say, I adjure you, which means I make an oath to you, and it's interpreted by the rabbinic reading of Song of Songs. This is God making a promise to Israel. O maidens of Jerusalem, by gazelles or by hinds of the field, this is in 2 of the verses, but not in the 3rd, do not wake or rouse love until it please. Now this is a statement in the context of love poetry saying that I am making a promise to you, you don't need to do anything, I'm there for you, I love you. That is the essence of the statement in context. However, as we're going to see, the sages in interpreting this text and these promises that God is making to Israel, and in making the case, do not wake or rouse, is the basis of anti-Zionism and Orthodox Judaism. When you see the Neturei Karta, the folks who protest against the existence of the state of Israel with black hats and long beards, the entire basis of their theology and their being against the contemporary state of Israel is these verses where it is telling you not to wake or rouse, and understanding the waking and rousing is the Jewish people coming together on their own to form a modern state of Israel, rather than waiting for the divine to bring the Messiah and do it without any action. And we'll get into more details about how that's interpreted and where that comes from the Talmud, but these are the verses that are that basis. And then I also have the Song of Songs 5:2, because this is the primary text of modern orthodoxy, of Zionist modern orthodoxy. In a speech that I have some excerpts from that Rav Soloveitchik gave, Joseph Ber Soloveitchik, who was the head of Yeshiva University in the modern Orthodox world, is often referred to simply as the Rav, without any further discussion of which rabbi it is. If he just says the Rav, the rabbi, it refers to this man. He gave a speech on Yom HaTzmaut in 1956, less than a decade after the state of Israel, where he quotes this verse, and he talks about, here's what it says in the verse: I was asleep, but my heart was wakeful. Hark, my beloved knocks. Let me in, my own, my darling, my faultless love. For my head is drenched with dew, my locks with the damp of night. Right? Hark, my beloved knocks. What he understands is that God's actions in creating the circumstances that allowed the existence of the state of Israel was the divine knocking on our door, and that and encouraging our responses in different ways. And this is a theological basis rooted in the Tanakh, in, again, Shir HaShirim. Shir HaShirim is also Song of Songs, also where Rav Kook, who was one of the more early Zionist Orthodox thinkers, derived his theology of Zionism. And so the idea here being that God is knocking in enabling the military victory against the Arab nations in the War of Independence. That God is knocking in giving Jews a place that they can go and call a homeland. That God is knocking in instilling pride. That God is knocking in giving the promise and this dream a reality, especially so soon after the tragedy of the Holocaust. And that God continues to knock and enables the establishment of the state of Israel, and that this is something that God smiles upon rather than frowns upon. And again, rooted in a rather esoteric reading of love poetry that almost certainly was never intended by its original authors to be understood within the context of the relationship between God and Israel. All right, that brings us to the text of Ketubot, of the Talmud. The Mishnah reads, and I'm going to go quickly-ish because there's a lot, and I really want to be able to share with you. If you have questions or comments, please by all means raise your hands, and I'm happy to respond, but I'm going to do a lot of talking now. Right? I sometimes do that. Those of you that know me. So the Mishnah begins, all may force their family to ascend to Eretz Yisrael. This is to say that in the case where where two spouses live together outside of the land of Israel, one can determine that they wish to move to the land of Israel and is able to compel the other. And it goes on to explain that this means, for example, that those of you that were in the previous session in this room, there was some reference to the language of a ketubah and a marriage contract, and that part of the ancient marriage contract, which we still use today but don't legislate in the same way as they once did, was that it entitled, in the case of a separation between spouses, the woman to different financial benefits. And here, essentially, what it says is, if a divorce happens because one partner wants to go to the land of Israel and the other partner doesn't want to go to the land of Israel, doesn't want to move there, whoever is the one that wants to move to the land of Israel is the one that benefits from that, financially from that divorce. So if a wife wants to move to Israel and the husband doesn't, and they get separated over it, the husband has to pay penalties to the wife. If the husband wants to move to the land of Israel and the wife doesn't want to and they get separated over, the husband is exempted from those penalties because the land of Israel is understood from this language to have a higher holiness factor, if you will. There's a desire to be in the land that was promised to our ancestors, and that is expressed even in this text, which, let's be clear, developed in Babylon, though this particular part of the text is developing in the land of Israel because the Mishnah is from the year 200, whereas the rest of the text, the Gemara and on, is from around the year 500. So that's what it means when it says that you can force a family to ascend to the land of Israel, and similarly, but not remove others, that if you are living in the land of Israel and you want to move out of the land of Israel and your spouse doesn't, and as a result there's a separation, whoever's the one who wants to stay in Israel, right, is the beneficiary financially in the divorce settlement according to Jewish law. Moreover, it goes on to say that all may force their families to ascend to Jerusalem, that of the land of Israel, Jerusalem is the holiest. So if you are living in Tiberias and want to move to Jerusalem and your partner doesn't, right, and that this results in an end of the marriage, that is the way in which the penalties are divided, that it benefits the one that wants to go to Jerusalem. And then here we have more details about this. If one married a woman in Eretz Yisrael and divorces her in Eretz Yisrael, and the currency on the marriage contract is unspecified, he gives in the currency of Eretz Yisrael. If one marries in Eretz Yisrael and divorces in Cappadocia, in Babylonia, where the currency is of greater value, he gives it the currency of Eretz Yisrael. If one is married in Cappadocia and divorced in Eretz Yisrael, he gives in the currency of Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says, no, he gives her in the currency of Cappadocia. Everyone agrees that one who is married and divorced in Cappadocia gives in the currency of Cappadocia. Here, the essence is there's a holiness to the land of Israel. It is, even when there is something that ostensibly is a higher value, there's a higher spiritual value to the currency of the land of Israel. Now we move into the rabbinic discussion of this more ancient text, the Mishnah that we just read. Yes? This holds true in terms of Jewish law. However, there is a governing principle in Jewish law called Dina da Malchuta Dina, which means essentially the law of the land is the law. And this results in us kind of ceding divorce law from the Beit Din to the civil courts in America and allowing the process of what happens here to happen in a way that we hope and understand to be just, even though many people who have been through separations and divorces may not feel that their outcomes were as just as they wish. But, you know, my father, he was an attorney not involved in family law, he was estate planning. But whenever he went to court and things went his way or his client's way, he would leave and say, justice was served. So that is, but yes, in the case where a divorce is being determined or mediated by the Beit Din, this is a law that would apply and is certainly present not only in the rabbinic literature, but also in different Jewish law codes that have some relevance today. All right. The Gemara says, the Mishnah says, all can force members of their family to make aliyah, to ascend. This inclusive phrase serves to include what case? To include when it says all family as opposed to particularly a spouse. A person can also coerce their servants, their slaves, their employees to move with the family. The Gemara continues, and according to one text, the Mishnah expressly teaches in the case of slaves to include to include one who moves from a pleasant residence to a noxious residence. That if you're comfortable in the suburbs here in Scottsdale, but moving to Israel means you're going to be living in somewhere that might be not quite so luxurious, nonetheless you can compel that, right? More real, people lived in really lovely suburbs in Babylonia, right? And they had established themselves and made a life, and who wanted to move to Eretz Yisrael? But if somebody wants to, they do it even though moving to Eretz Yisrael is hard. And for those of us that know people who have made aliyah, many people have found that transition something that's challenging and difficult. Many have succeeded, but it's not an easy thing to do, even in this day and age. The Mishnah further teaches, but all may not remove others. The Mishnah is teaching about that you can't make someone leave Eretz Yisrael. And this is inclusive to include a slave who ran away from its master from outside Eretz Yisrael to Eretz Yisrael. So you say to the master that you must sell your slave here in Eretz Yisrael, and then you may return abroad, but you may not take your again, this is talking about an Eved Ivri, a Jewish slave or a Jewish servant or employee, and because they are obligated in the mitzvah of settling in Eretz Yisrael, if they have run and escaped to Eretz Yisrael, you may not force them to move away from Eretz Yisrael. Yes? This is all completed by around the year in the 500s, about 500 of the Common Era. So it is important to understand there was an Eretz Yisrael in terms of a physical land. There was not an independent nation of Eretz Yisrael. We are not talking about sovereignty at this point. We are talking about places that Jews live. And for the most part, at that point, there isn't a huge Jewish population in Jerusalem per se, but there is significant Jewish populations in the Galilee.
So does it imply, Rabbi, that anti-Zionists will also follow this as well as Zionists?
Anti-Zionists that are, where their anti-Zionism is rooted in rabbinic literature, are getting their anti-Zionism directly from part of this text that we will get to, but have not gotten to yet. But yes, as well as Zionists who are looking to rabbinic literature to justify and to inform their understanding of the contemporary state of Israel and their support of it, are looking to this, because this is the only section that discusses it, and there are portions, as the portions that we've discussed so far, that seem to be aligned with a love of Israel, that Israel is holier than elsewhere, and that Jews should be there. Right, which is what the text up until this time implies, and this example with the escaped Jewish slave, for example, fits that. Yes, Hannah. So this is the Babylonian Talmud. It's not right after the exile, because the exile by the Babylonians is in 586 before the Common Era, and this is 500 after the Common Era, about 980 years later. So there's hundreds of years that are between this. And there have been Jews living in the land of Israel in the meantime, because the Babylonian exile is before the Second Temple period, and the Second Temple, there's Jews living in Israel for that entire period from the Second Temple's construction in 515 before the Common Era until its destruction in the year 70 of the Common Era. So it's hard to know the numbers. The Jews in 200 AD were more prolific in writing in Israel, but by the year 500, they were more prolific in writing things about Judaism in Babylon. And that's not to say how many children or identifying individuals there were in different communities, but kind of part of what we think about when we think about the centers of Jewish life in the world at different times in history is where the different literature that continues to inform the understanding of what is Judaism emerges from. And so the Mishnah, which was that first paragraph that we read, emerges around 200 of the Common Era from Israel. And it spreads all over the Jewish world. And in Babylon, they learn it, and they become very much invested in it, and they build a whole Talmud, a whole Gemara around it, and all this other text is from that. All right. Yes, from pleasant residence to noxious residence. And then we can also, and one may not remove them. This includes what case? Even to include moving from a noxious residence to a pleasant residence, right? That you can't remove somebody from an uncomfortable place in the land of Israel to somewhere that's beautiful and luxurious out of Israel. And since the Mishnah taught one may not remove in the first clause, he also taught one may not remove in the latter clause, even though the author of the Gemara understands that you could infer from one to the other. The sages taught if a husband says he wishes to ascend and his wife says he does not wish to ascend, one forces her to ascend, and if she does not, she's divorced and she does not receive her marriage contract, as explained before. And if she says she wishes to ascend and he does not wish, he must divorce her and give her the marriage contract. And if she says that she wishes to leave Eretz Israel and he does not wish to leave, one forces her not to leave. And if she does not wish to stay, even then, she's divorced and does not receive her marriage contract money. And if he says he wants to leave and she wants to stay, she's not forced to leave, and he must divorce her and give her the full ketubah fee. If a married woman is in Eretz Israel and divorced in Cappadocia, the Gemara asks, why is it the currency of the land of Israel same as if she married in Cappadocia and divorced in Eretz Israel? And the Gemara says this is confusing. The Gemara sometimes says that. They don't always understand. The Mishnah first teaches that a woman married in the land of Israel and divorced in Cappadocia gives her the currency of Eretz Israel, and apparently then one would assume that you follow the place of the lien, the place in which the currency of the location of the marriage, where the obligation came into force. But the latter clause implies no, because a woman married in Cappadocia and divorced in Eretz Israel likewise gives currency of Eretz Israel, implying follows the place of the collection of the funds. Rava thought that here is a leniency that's applied to a marriage contract, which is the leniency that the husband is able to pay with the less valuable currency of Eretz Israel in both cases, whether by the wedding or the divorce occurred there, because this is a rabbinic marriage contract and not a Torahitic one. The Mishnah teaches that Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says that if one marries in Cappadocia and divorces in Eretz Israel, he must pay in the currency of Cappadocia. And the Gemara explains that this is a Torah law contract, and that is why he has to pay the higher fund, also based on it being the highest possible value, because the Cappadocian dinar is of greater value than the Israelite one. The sages teach with regard to one who produces a promissory note against another. If Babylonia is written in it, he pays with the currency of Babylonia. If the land of Israel is written in it, he pays with the currency of Eretz Israel. In the case that's written without specification, if he produces in Babylonia, you pay with Babylonian currency. If he produces in the land of Israel, he pays with Eretz Israel currency. If the money does not mention any specification of what kind of coins can be used, the borrower may pay it with any type of coin he likes. This is not the case, however, with regards to a marriage contract, as there's a separate law concerning that we just saw. All right. To what is this referring to? Rav Mariasha says it's referring to the first clause. One of the things that you'll find here is that a great deal of time the Talmud will bring a text from the era of the Mishnah, then seeking to understand it better, will ask questions about what each clause is referring to, and rabbis will argue about that, and that is what's happening here, where we have a debate between Rav Mariasha and Rabbi ben Gamliel about whether, again, this is Torah law or rabbinic law. Then it continues to say, if the note mentions money without specification, he can borrow with any kinds of coins. And Rabbi Eliezer says, what kind of coin? If it doesn't, it can be any kinds of coins. But can you pay off the debt with the small denomination of coin that's not minted with more valuable metals, precious metals, like silver? And he is saying that you cannot do that, even though the rabbis seem to say that you can do that. So then the sages go back to teaching, a person should always reside in the land of Israel, even in a city that's mostly populated by non-Jews, and should not reside outside of the land of Israel, even in a city that is mostly populated by Jews. And the reason is that anyone who resides in the land of Israel is considered to be one who has God. And anyone who resides outside the land of Israel is considered to not have God. Because in Leviticus, actually we just read this 2 weeks ago, to give you the land of Canaan to be your God, right? I am the Lord your God who gives you Eretz Canaan in order that I will be your God. Therefore, if you're in the land, you have God. If you're not in the land, no God. But then the Gemara says, really? Right? These are all people who live in Babylonia, remember? Can it really be said that anyone who resides outside of the land of Israel has no God? Rather, this comes to tell you that anyone who resides outside the land of Israel is considered as though he engaged in idol worship. As it says with regard to King David in the book of Samuel, they have driven me out that day that I should not cleave to my inheritance of the Lord, saying, go serve other gods. But who said this to David? Go serve other gods? Rather, this comes to tell you that anyone who resides outside of the land of Israel is considered as to be engaged in idol worship. Okay, the Gemara continues. Rabbi Zera was avoiding being seen by his teacher, Rabbi Yehuda, because Rabbi Zera wanted to ascend to the land of Israel, and his teacher in Babylonia disapproved. The yeshiva was better in Babylonia. And Rabbi Yehuda said, anyone who ascends from Babylonia to Eretz Israel transgresses a positive mitzvah, for it is stated, they shall be taken to Babylonia, and there they shall remain until that day that I recall them, says the Lord. This is in Jeremiah. So this is a basis for somebody to say, Jews shouldn't go to Babylonia, shouldn't go to the land of Israel to make lives for themselves unless God reveals God's self and sends them in an appropriate time. And of course, there's an argument to be made that the modern state of Israel is that appropriate time. In fact, it's an argument I personally would be comfortable making. But it is, this is a source text for those who are not fans of the contemporary state of Israel, especially given that the contemporary state of Israel is a secular democracy. Whether you like the people that are currently governing it or not so much, right? And not a theocracy that others might hope that it would be, and it is not a Davidic monarchy. There is, and which makes it different than what our ancestors imagined. Frank?
It seems like this would be a lot stronger anti-Zionist source than the Song of Songs.
Well, we're going to get to why the Song of Songs is and what that means, but the reason why the Song of Songs is important is because the Talmud, though it has great meaning and efficacy and is much more explicit with regards to this, is a rabbinic source, but that is biblical. And the Song of Songs being biblical and talking about these things and being able to say, the Song of Songs was by the hand of Solomon and it was inspired by the divine, and it is explicitly saying that I am right and you are wrong, and that's stronger than rabbis, thousands of years later, saying that even when the rabbis say the things that I might agree with or might disagree with, right? So this is, based on this verse, is the reason why Rabbi Zera didn't want Rabbi Yehuda to leave Babylonia. And how did Rabbi Zera interpret the verse? He said the verse is written about the temple service vessels and does not refer to the Jewish people. This is how Rabbi Zera, who wanted to make Aliyah, understood this verse from Jeremiah. That when it said they shall be taken there, that they isn't the Jewish people, but rather the sacred vessels of the temple that were taken in the exile, and does not refer to the Jewish people. And he's saying that because the verse immediately preceding it is, thus says the Lord of hosts, gods of Israel, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of the Lord, they shall be taken to Babylonia. The Gemara asks, and how does Rabbi Yehuda understand this? The verse clearly referring to the temple, the vessel is not the people. The Gemara answers that it's another verse. And here we have Song of Songs. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles and by the hinds of the fields, that you not awaken to stir up love until it please. Rabbi Yehuda derived that from this there is no act of redemption should be performed until a time arise when it is pleasing to God to bring about the redemption. And Rabbi Zera maintains that oath mentioned means that the Jews should not go to the land of Israel as a wall, that is to say, en masse. Individuals could immigrate, but there should not be a Jewish Aliyah movement that mass relocates Jews, that is an ingathering of exiles to the land that was promised to our ancestors, until God reveals God's self in some way to do precisely that. And Rav Yehuda understands this, that we see the second time in Song of Songs, where there's another verse where it's written, and Rab Zera asks, how does you explain the repetition of these verses? And the Gemara explains that the verse is necessary because of the teaching of Rabbi Yossi, the son of Rabbi Hanina, who said that there are 3 oaths: Song of Songs 2:7, Song of Songs 3:5, Song of Songs 8:4. One, that the Jews should not ascend to the land of Israel en masse, but rather little by little. A second, that the Holy One, blessed be God, promised the Jews that they should not rebel against the nations that rule the world. And third, the last one is the Holy One, blessed be God, promised the nations that they should not subjugate the Jews excessively. So basically, the argument is that these 3 promises that are in Shir HaShirim are to teach 3 things. First, that Jews should not move to Israel, and that they should not en masse, that we should not have a mass movement to reclaim Jewish sovereignty in the land. Second is that when the majority of nations say something, and we see that happen certainly in the United Nations and other places, that we're supposed to go with it, even when we disagree. And then third, that if we do those things, God will make sure that we don't get too oppressed. Now, it seems like that third didn't go so well in our history, but this is the origin, and this is significant, especially among ultra-Orthodox anti-Zionists who quote this text almost exclusively as the basis for their hatred of the modern state of Israel. Yes?
So with Chabad, that we're talking about Orthodox and Chabad, are Chabad anti-Zionist?
Chabad tends not to be anti-Zionist, and this has to do with Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson seeing the existence of the state of Israel in his lifetime and seeing it come to be and having love for the Jews that are there and fundamentally shifting the Chabad ideology from anti-Zionism to Zionism. Today, Chabad is very Zionist, and that's because the Rebbe was Zionist. But his father-in-law, who was the previous Rebbe, was not particularly Zionist. In the largest Hasidic denomination, which is Satmar, the Satmar Rebbe and his two sons, the current Satmar Rebbes, depending on which Satmar community you're a part of, you either argue that one son or the other son is the proper Rebbe, but all of them look up to Yoel Teitelbaum, who was virulently anti-Zionist based on these texts, and continues to be. There's also within the ultra-Orthodox world an anti-Zionism that's just pragmatically rooted in the realization that the dreams that are present within Jewish literature concerning what a messianic state would look like don't match the modern state of Israel in meaningful ways, most significantly with regard to the lack of Torah law being law of the land and the lack of a messianic monarchy, and instead democratically elected officials that include, yes, powerful ultra-Orthodox factions that are able to do things that serve their communities, but they don't have full control of the government in the same way that they imagine a theocratic state would. And so they would like the same way that there are nations in this world that have, where their law is Sharia law as determined by different religious leaders, that they would like Jewish law to be the law of the land as determined by, in most cases, their religious leaders. Perry? Certainly there are folks living in Eretz Israel who don't believe in the contemporary state of Israel as it currently exists. And I would argue that those individuals are anti-Zionist, and that one of the kind of challenges of the modern state of Israel is that large factions of the Israeli populace in and of themselves, they're not necessarily anti-Zionist in the same way that we think about the kind of people who have been attacking Jews here in the United States over the past couple of weeks, or that protest on campus. I'm not sure these people would get along with those people necessarily, but in being dissatisfied with the state of Israel as it exists as the secular democracy it currently is, that certainly exists in large factions of the population, both among ultra-Orthodox that live in Israel and among the Arab Israeli populace. Yes? They certainly do. Yeah, money from the government is not something to necessarily turn down, right? There's nowhere in this text does it say you have to turn away money from the government. So just pointing that out. So then we get on to what does this mean? The Gemara continues that Rabbi Yehuda, as taught by Rabbi Levi, said there were actually 6 oaths, the 3 oaths that were mentioned prior, and also additional 3 oaths that were not mentioned above. Those 3 oaths being that we should not reveal when the end of days will be, that there will not be a distance between the end of days, that they should not distance the end of days by saying that it's still far away, and that they should not reveal the secrets of the Jews to the nations. The Gemara continues discussion of this phrase in Song of Songs, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles and by the hinds of the field. Rabbi Elazar, saying, the Holy One, blessed be God, said to the Jewish people who fulfill this oath, it is good, and if not, I will abandon your flesh and devour you like gazelles and like hinds of the field. Rabbi Elazar continues, anyone who resides in the land of Israel dwells without transgression, right? He's a fan of people in the land of Israel because it says in Isaiah, and the inhabitants shall not say, I am sick. The people that dwell there will be forgiven for their iniquity. Rava said to Rav Ashi, we learned this promise with regards to those who suffer from sickness. But the phrase I am sick here is said to indicate that they are the ones who are forgiven for their sins. Yes? Yeah, I don't know what it means, and the rabbis don't go into great detail telling us what it means. These are esoteric, and it is ambiguous. It means that our secrets are ours, clearly. But here I am revealing them. Rav Anan said, anyone who is buried in the land of Israel is considered as though he is buried beneath the altar. As it stated, an altar of earth and Adamah shall you make for me. There it stated, so he's quoting two different verses that both have the word Adamah. It says, an altar of earth you shall make for me in Exodus 20:21. This is this is Moses being instructed right after the receipt of the Ten Commandments to create an altar for God. And then we have, for he does avenge the blood of his servants and renders vengeance to his adversaries and atones for the land of his people in Deuteronomy. And the fact that we have the language of Admato and Adamah, the same words essentially, the rabbis are saying this teaches that anyone who is buried in the land of Israel is considered as though he is buried beneath the altar of the temple. The Gemara relates that Ulla was accustomed to traveling to the land of Israel from time to time, but he died outside the land of Israel. And they came to Rabbi Elazar to say that Ulla had passed away. And he said, woe for you, Ulla, as you had a verse fulfilled, you shall die in an unclean land. They said to him, but his coffin is coming for burial in the land of Israel. And he said to him, even so, one who was absorbed by the soil of Eretz Israel while he was yet alive is not similar to one who is absorbed only after death. Right, so this is now a text to say, better to live in the land of Israel in your life than to simply be buried in the land of Israel, though it's still something that exists in the ancient world and exists to this day. As many of you know, right, one of the most expensive burial plots that a Jew can get is in the Mount of Olives, where according to tradition is where the resurrection of the dead will happen in the time of the resurrection, the Messianic era. And these days, you're in the mid six figures to get a plot there. What's that? It is a pricey plot to be buried there. But guaranteed first out. So that's the appeal, right? The Gemara relates a certain man came to Eretz Yisrael that was a Yevamah. The Yevamah left as a surviving brother. So those that are familiar, especially this is relevant in the book of Ruth, we have this kind of instance, and also in the story of Tamar and the children of Judah, where we have this particular case where a childless woman's husband dies and she has a brother, and the brother then is supposed to marry the childless woman, and the offspring that come from that union is considered not to be the brother's offspring, but actually the initial husband's offspring. And that this would be a person who could be a redeeming kinsman for a levirate marriage, which is a marriage that's a union of this brother with a childless woman, a childless widow. And the Yevamah was living in Bei Hotzaraf in southeast Babylonia, and the man came before Rabbi Hanina and said to him, what is the halacha as to whether I can leave to Babylonia from the land of Israel to enter into this levirate marriage with the woman, which is also considered a great mitzvah? And Rabbi Hanina said his brother married a Samaritan woman and died. Rabbi Hanina described the late man's brother in these terms because he had left Eretz Yisrael to marry, and for that reason he called his wife a Samaritan, that is to say, not a Jew. Blessed be the omnipresent who killed him, he said. And yet the brother wishes to follow his footsteps and descend and leave the land of Israel after him. Better that he should stay in the land of Israel. So this is a text that clearly is encouraging Jews to be in the land. Rabbi Yehuda said that Shmuel said, just as it is prohibited to leave the land of Israel to go to Babylonia, so is it prohibited to leave Babylonia for any other lands. Rabbah and Rav Yosef both say, even if you go from Pumbedita to Bekuve, which is located beyond the border of Babylonia proper, this is less. So here we're now creating a hierarchy of the Jewish world in the ancient world. Eretz Yisrael is of the highest holiness, but Pumbedita is higher than other places because Pumbedita is where the great academies, where the Talmudic scholars and rabbis are living, and where there is a robust Jewish community, right? It's like saying in a time before the Shoah that Lithuania is the highest that's not Eretz Israel. Or in this day and age, just say the United States, which is a place where we have great freedom and great Torah scholarship and great Jewish community, especially compared to many other places in the world, even though there are ways in which it's tough now. There's a reason why we have the United States flag on our bima, and that we are grateful and proud to be Americans. And that this is in a higher way than being in other places in the world, even though it might not be as high spiritually as being in the land of Israel. So here they're criticizing not only the person who might leave the land of Israel to move to Babylonia, but the person who might leave Babylonia to go to somewhere outside of land of Israel, also outside of Babylonia. A certain man left Pumbedita to live in Bekuve, and Rabbi Yosef excommunicated the guy. Another man left from Pumbedita to live in Estonia, which also lay beyond the borders of Babylonia proper, and he died. Abaye said, had this Torah scholar wanted, he would still be alive had he stayed in Babylonia. If only he had known. Rava and Rav Yosef both say, with regards to the worthiness of Babylonia, that Eretz Israel absorbs them, and with regards to the worthiness of other lands, Babylonia absorbs them. What is the issue with the statement? Is it referring to a matter of lineage? Lineage of residents of all lands are muddled compared to that of the land of Israel, and lineage of the land of Israel is muddled compared to that of Babylonia. This means the lineage of Babylonia was pure because people knew better with regards to matters of burial, that the worthy of Babylonia are considered to be as buried in the land of Israel. Rav Yehuda said, regarding anyone who resides in Babylon, it's as though he's residing in the land of Israel. As it says in the book of Zechariah, Ho Zion, escape, you who dwells with the daughter of Babylon. And Abaye says we have a tradition that Babylonia will not see the pains of the Messiah. Abaye interpreted the statement as a reference to a particular city in Babylonia, Chutzal Divinyamin, that some people call Karna Dishvetza, the horn of salvation, that its residents will not endure travails leading up to the Messianic times. Rabbi Elazar said, the dead of the lands outside the land of Israel will not come alive and be resurrected in the future. As it stated, I will see the glory of the land of the living, and it teaches a land that contains my desire, its dead will come alive. But with regards to a land that doesn't contain my desire, that's to say outside the land of Israel, its dead will not come alive. So again, there's a promise of resurrection if you go to the land of Israel, less of a promise if you don't. Rabbi Abar Bar Memel raised an objection from a different verse. It says in Isaiah, your dead shall live and my dead body shall rise. What does it mean your dead shall live if that's referring to the dead of Eretz Israel, and my body shall rise refers to the dead outside of land of Israel? And if so, what does this other verse imply with regards, and he answers, it regards to the awful actions of Nebuchadnezzar, who led the Babylonian siege on Jerusalem. As the merciful one states, I will bring upon you a king who is swift as a deer. And this is because the word glory and the word deer are both tzvi that the rabbis are relating this. You can see the rabbis get really into it. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Abba Bar Mamra, my teacher, I teach it from a different verse in the book of Isaiah. He gives breath to the people upon it and to the spirit of those who walk there. But isn't it written, my dead bodies will arise, right? If you're explaining that verse implies that the future resurrection is only for those who dwell in the land of Israel, how do you interpret this other verse that seems to have two passages, both implying resurrection, classically interpreted to be one applies that those that are buried in the land of Israel will be resurrected, and also those not buried in the land of Israel will be regarded to resurrection. And they say that's not what it means. Actually, it means those who live lives and die, and those who are stillbirths and die in the land of Israel will be resurrected, but not those outside the land of Israel. And what does Rabbi Abba Bar Melo do with this verse? He gives breath to the people on it. The Talmud answers. He requires that for a verse which was taught to Rabbi Abahu, as Rabbi Abahu said, even a Canaanite maidservant in the land of Israel is assured a place in the world to come, as it's written to the La'am, to the people upon it, and there it's written, abide here with the donkey. This is referring to when this is in the Torah, in the incident of the binding of Isaac, where Abraham says to the two servants that have accompanied him, stay here with the donkey, I'm just going to go alone with Isaac up the mountain, right? But they're understanding that the nation, the people is and here the word with the donkey is im, and that these are spelled with the same letters, I and mem, and so they're similar to one another, and it can be inferred, is it time? I'm out of time. All right, look at that. Well, we got pretty far, and there's more to read, so enjoy it. Because I gave you it, and also there's some text about what what Rav Soloveitchik said. So thank you all for doing some learning together. Always a delight. Whew.
What's happening in the social hall next is some singing, and if you say, hey, I'm not a singer, it's okay.
Hey, brother.
Does it matter which one?
No, you can use whatever. So if you want to stand in front, you can use like this. This is on if you want to just stand here.
Whichever one. No, I like being here.
Yeah, that works here.
Okay, good. Everything good? My daughter's here, so I wanted to have dinner with her. She's leaving soon, and I gotta go get the other one, and you know.
Yeah. No, that's beautiful. What's that?
Are your kids at Vermont?
Not yet.
Oh, they're starting.
Yeah, we're not on start till the 17th.
So we get to
Going to Israel next week?
Oh, okay.
You know, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. No, with the kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, big pictures.
Oh, nice. That's amazing. It's at First Diner, or is that?
So, it'll be good.
Who staffs that trip? Do you go, or does?
No. We've got two former kids.
Nice.
And who else going on the trip? And we run it with Jane.
Oh, nice.
So they've got all of their.
They have their stuff.
Faculty who work summers doing this. So it'll be like two of our. We need to have two.
Yeah.
Even for 7 days.
Sure.
And then there'll probably be like five of the staff.
Beautiful. Yeah. Awesome.
All right, Bubby. I'll see you. Thank you for hosting me. Okay, guys, we're going to get started. I'll give you some text here. Just have double text. Okay, we're going to start in 1 minute. Because we're late.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. Also, make it easier for people to hear you that are here. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to leave some extra copies. If you see someone come in, feel free to tell them to say, I'm going to send this. Okay. Let's do this. I have 40 minutes now. All right. Check. I have 40 minutes in deference to my rabbi. Good to see you. I'm Steve Kahn. I'll be with you for the next 40 minutes. And we are going to talk about one of my favorite things that people say when they say, you know, Rabbi, I'm really spiritual, I'm not religious. That's one of my favorite things. So I always respond and I say, well, it's funny because I'm religious, but I'm not really spiritual, which is kind of true. So because of that, I wanted just full disclosure. I spent the first 8 years of schooling at an Orthodox day school where I learned reading, writing, arithmetic, and davening. And then I grew up in a conservative shul, so it's always nice to be in another conservative shul, and then went to the dark side during college and became a Reform rabbi. My point is that this is near and dear to me, this subject, because over my life I have become religious and not spiritual. Let me put it this way. It's not that I have no spiritual moments. I have lots of them. But primarily I do what I do out of service to our covenant. Fair enough? Fair enough. Well, let's talk about it. Let's look.
So Harvard did a study on pluralism in the United States. They called it the Pluralism Project. And they create for us, you've heard of this before, the three most major aspects of Judaism, right? God, Torah, and Israel. The three-legged stool, if you will, of Judaism is God, Torah, and Israel. And if I had time, I would do a Venn diagram, and I'd put God in a circle, Torah in a circle, Israel in a circle. Israel means the people, the community. Torah means the values, the rules, the guidebook. God means God. I'm not going to define God. So if you looked at that in a Venn diagram and then you looked in the middle portion, the overlap of all three concepts, that is what we call Judaism, according to what we're about to read. Does someone want to read this paragraph? It's not very long at all. It's written in English. I'm going to give you the mic so the live streamers can hear. Yeah, where it says a pluralistic definition.
Very good. Thank you, Rabbi. A pluralistic definition of Judaism. Judaism is perhaps best conceptualized as a triad with 3 points of reference: God, Torah, and the people Israel, that is, the Jewish people. None is central. All are interdependent with varying degrees of emphasis at various times. God is the God of Israel, the God of all creation, the one God who is one. Torah embodies Judaism's intellectual culture, focusing on the study, understanding, and interpretation of sacred texts. Israel focuses on Judaism as a historical culture and the civilization of a particular people. The peoplehood of the Jews includes customs and foods, arts and music, dance and folkways that are a part of a way of life. Judaism is critically concerned with the evolving relationship between God, Torah, and the Jewish people, a relationship described as a covenant. In the covenantal triad, God emphasizes the vertical relationship of the Jewish people to the divine. Israel emphasizes the horizontal relationship Jews bear to one another. And Torah is both vertical and horizontal, for it defines the way of life of a whole people lived in relationship to God.
Thank you. That was well read. Does that not, for you, define what it is that this thing Jewish is? And if so, why or how? And if not, why or how? Is this a working definition for what we are? Not who we are, what we are as Jews. Let's break it down. God. What does this tell us is the God component of that triad? Anything that you disagree with, anything that you agree with in the definition of God? Yeah, please. That we believe that there is a God, and that God manifests in being the God of Israel, the God of all of creation, Jewish, not Jewish, animal kingdom, whatever, and that God is one. So you started with the third one, kind of. There is a God. There's one God in particular, and all those other things too. Does anyone disagree with anything that you grew up with learning or that you have learned as an adult about the nature of God from the perspective of the Jew? Anything in there? Anything missing? Maybe miracles, but this is an academic study, so they're not going to go in there. Cool? Torah. Torah is the basic embodiment of God's instructions, right? It says it right there on the page. It's our intellectual culture. It's the 5 books. It's the 39 books of Bible. It's the Mishnah. It's the Gemara. It's the Halacha. It's the commentaries. And so on and so forth. It is the fact that we write a lot of books. And we then get exiled, so we have to carry those books with us to the next country until there's an Israel, and then we can keep the books in one place. Alavai, right? So that's Torah. Israel is what on the three-legged triad? Us. And there's a text study in here with a music, cultural, I would call it cultural arts music, right? Although it's Jewish music, so it's holier. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's happening in the room over there. Let me ask you a question. Yeah, any questions about Israel community? Let me ask you this. One was between, I don't know, last Shabbat and tonight. What was the biggest assembly of Jews that you were part of, and you're not allowed to use high holidays. High holidays don't count. In this community, what was the single biggest Jewish event that you went to where you felt really part of the people of Israel? Yeah. The rally after October 7th, right? We had several thousand people focused one spot. Very nice. Others? Yeah. Okay, I thought JNF breakfast was going to come first, but thank you for bringing that up first, although it was miserable that we had to be there. The JNF breakfast, 1,000 people having breakfast at an ungodly hour in the morning, but at a lovely hotel. Any others? Yeah. The ADL breakfast. Okay, now we're getting into competitions. Watch out. Watch out, guys. Let's make sure this doesn't turn ugly, okay? Yes, the Anti-Defamation League breakfast, which also includes lots of non-Jewish people and leaders and police and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, please. The Israel Independence Day celebration. Yes. The Modi Rosenberg concert. Didn't he just sing this last weekend with, in Israel, he sang at his concert with, the comedian. He's a musician. Who was he singing? Art Garfunkel. Garfunkel sang with him in Israel like a couple days ago. After you have to look it up on YouTube, it's incredibly moving. Because Garfunkel doesn't look like he can really even stand up. And he sat there and looked frail. Like, I don't know how they got him on the stage. And as soon as he started to sing, it took him a couple bars, and then it was him. It was amazing. It was actually one of those tearjerkers. So Israel Independence Day. Do you get the gist? We go to these community events, and we feel really, really good. And we have this wonderful peoplehood experience. And then Shavuot comes, and the community of 1,000 people in that room are gone. Because tonight we're studying Torah. Ask yourself this question. This is not judgmental. I am a pragmatist. I accept things as they are, and I'm so happy that you're here. Why is that? Why is that? On our triad, I would argue, community trumps everything else. And people have lost a sense as a part of that, or lessened the connection with the God part and the Torah part. And if you're not looking at that Venn diagram again, please don't think I'm being judgmental, because I'm not. I'm just raising a question. If you look at the middle part, we're only accessing one circle. Not we in this room, I'm preaching to the choir here, but we as a community. Our kids go to camp in the summer, they go to Ramah, they spend the summer, they daven, they scream at music time when they're having song sessions. They do Jewish program and they come home and they do this at temple. They don't really sing very, very loud anymore because they're not in their community. They're in their community, it's their parents' community, but they're not in their camp community. That's where they feel most Jewish. Ask any kid who goes to camp. That's where they feel most Jewish. Please. I'm going to make sure.
Some might say that we've become a covenant of fate as opposed to a covenant of faith.
You're very much channeling Salah Baron, right? Salah Baron, the historian, said we have to get away from negative stuff binding us. Fate versus faith. Fate is there's an anti-Semitic event, we're all there. And Baron says in his teaching, there's a fancy word for it, but Dara Horn picks up on this too, because she writes a lot about her reluctance to write the book that she ended up writing. You know, I'm a Yiddish scholar. I love Yiddish. Well, I don't want to talk about dead Jews, right? And so she picks up this also, which is there's part of us in Salah Baron's academic world as a historian to say, hey, stop it with the negativity. That's why the peoplehood thing works a lot of times. You get people for an ADL event, yeah, you're going to get a lot of people because it's ultimately about anti-Semitism. I'm oversimplifying. So my job tonight in the next half hour that we have is to say, okay, let's look at our Jewish neshamas, our souls, and let's find character traits, at least, that connect who we are as who we are with the God Torah part, with the spiritual. I want you to leave here spiritual in a positive way. That goes from your real spirituality, by the way, is not, okay, please, I hope the lightning doesn't come down. I grew up in San Francisco. I will tell you, spirituality is not at a Grateful Dead concert. Hallucinogenic drugs are at a Grateful, and contact highs. But these, they're not, right? No, you're just going to disagree with me, and I get it. Be a San Franciscan and have that attitude, and people, I'm used to it. I've never been to a Dead show my entire life, and I had 50 opportunities to. Sorry, 20-minute drum solos just don't do it for me. All right. Okay, enough with the provocation. Now everyone hates me. Let's go to the text. Have you heard of the Midah system, or Midot? What are Midot? The emotional sifriot, and the sifriot are the emanations of the divine, right? Now, the easy translation is the values, right? Because a value is a combination of a rule or a guide and an action and God, because God is the mitzvah, right? Mitzvah, commandment, mitzvah, commander. But the sfirot, what that says is, it's not God commandment. It's not the part that they were talking about that's vertical and horizontal. This is like beyond that. It's more on the vertical part. God actually instills within us, in our neshamas and our souls, part of God. We know that. Everyone has a spark of the divine. This takes it to the next level. As you said, it's a spark of the divine that's connected to divine emanation, specific sfirot, or emanations of the divine. What do I mean by, any questions about emanations of the divine? Does that make sense? No. An emanation of the divine is, let's go to the first one as an example, that God, there's this old Kabbalistic idea that God goes to create the world, but God cannot create the world and exist at the same time. God's presence is so big that it cannot, and so great that nothing else is going to fit. So God puts God's self into an urn, a vessel, whatever you want to call it, sort of sucks in the gut, gets into this bottle, but the bottle is, this urn jar is so, cannot handle God's presence either, and so it blows up, and that's how the universe is created, from what's called tzimtzum. When the world is created in that blowing up of the vessel, not only does the light of God go into us, but a superpower goes into us. And that's the emanation. Because God has so many different emanations, so many different levels, most of which we do not understand, but we get one of them. And then it sort of becomes our life's work to find out what our superpower is. So I want you to look at these real quick. I'm going to read them. So here's an example of an emanation from God that is also reflected in our parsha after the golden calf. Tomorrow at services during Yontef, we will read Adonai, Adonai, Rahum v'chanum, Erech Hapayim v'Rach Chesed, the 13 attributes, as they say, of God, that are later found in Yigdal, Elohim Chai v'yishtabach. It all gets translated one place or the other, and then it becomes a song. Here's one of the emanations, Chesed. What is Chesed? Kindness. And what does it teach us about kindness in this one little sentence, if you just want to read it real quick? Okay, I am not this. This is not my midah. But I want to know if it's yours. By the way, I think part of the trick is knowing what you're not. Again, this is not in order of importance. Well, it kind of is, but that's a whole nother class and I'm not going to go there. But one of the things that you have in your soul, by the way, you have all 7. But you have a number 1, 2, or 3. Okay, second one, gevurah, severity. Rabbi John Linder is number 1, no doubt. That is his number one. I don't care what he says. Okay, Gevurah, severity. Someone want to read it? I'll read it. A soul who serves God with all, everyone's falling asleep. I don't know why I signed up for the late session. Severity is a soul who serves God with awe and flaming passion. This soul is also highly disciplined with high expectations of himself and herself and others. Sound familiar to you, anyone? We're going to, at the end, go through which one you are. This is fun to do with couples. And definitely with families. If it's game night, take this with you. Tiferet, harmony. I love these people. The soul who has, so far we're not even close to anything I am. The soul who has achieved a perfect synthesis of kindness and severity. This is accomplished through the study of Torah. Tiferet is also a source of the soul's capacity for compassion. If you're harmonious as a person, you really got the yin and yang thing going for you. You know when it's time to be serious and reflective and inside the text and whatever, but you also leave plenty of room for harmony with kindness. So you're not just kind, you're kind and you're serious, and you take yourself seriously, but not serious enough that you can't be kind. Okay? So that's another emanation of God that exists in humanity. Netzach, perseverance, a soul is constantly battling and struggling, but is ultimately triumphant. I know a lot of us feel that sometimes. Yes? What? Triumphant means you live. That's what I think. Tell me why, please.
First of all, I'm not even sure there's a soul running around. Okay. Secondly, these are definitions made up by some people who are probably academics, rabbis. Are they out there busting their butts, digging up the wells, putting out the animals? Only Kiva, I think, was the one who's actually chopping wood who made sense. But these guys are at the top of a community, and they're not busting their butts. They're making up these ideas. They're academics. So I don't even know what this all means, but we got to talk about it.
Well, a good rabbi is supposed to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. I want to agree with something that you're saying, though, which is you're right. Our rabbis were the elites of their societies. They were. Absolutely. Now, does that make a difference one way or the other? That's up to you. But what they're trying to give us are the materials, spiritually, to see ourselves in a different light. And I think that that's the point of what we're teaching. But that is an important point that you're making. And it wasn't just Akiva. There were other rabbis, especially if we go a little bit into the more oppressive periods. There are rabbis who are literally 24/7 hiding their Judaism and are not anything close to elites. So we tend to fluctuate in our history, as large as it is. All right, chod, humility. The soul who exemplifies self-abnegation, favor of allowing itself to be overwhelmed by God's goodness. This is, to some extent, Moses as the paradigm, if you will, the archetype. A humble person. They humble themselves before God. Yesod, foundation, the soul whose unique talent is establishing, giving relationships intellectually and otherwise. That's someone who we would call either an old soul or someone who we would say, oh yeah, that's a solid guy. Foundation. They got a solid foundation. They enjoy intellectual or otherwise relationships. And Malchut is a high level. The soul who serves its creator in a majestic manner. These are the people walk in a room and we know. It's not the swagger. We know, we feel. It's when a great rabbi comes into our presence that we stand, actually, and show deference because we know this is someone who's totally got it connected. Let me ask you, and you don't have to share if you don't want to, which one clicks with you? And don't be shy. Which one do you think, which emanation do you think is your number one or number two? Rabbi Charlie. I'll do the Dannah thing. Here we go.
I relate to number 6, the Yesod, because I think my strongest point has always been connecting with small groups of people or individuals, and it doesn't matter what denomination they are or how they live their Jewish life or where they were raised or whatever. A one-on-one, a couple-on-one, small groups, studying, Talmud, praying, and all the denominations of our faith. I like being at all of them. So, Yesod.
And as someone who has the privilege of studying Torah with you on a weekly basis, I know that to be very true. Please.
Thank you. I identify with number 7, the royalty, the majesty. It's fun to think about epiphanies and catharsis and unique destiny and which things were meant to be, which things are coincidence. I try to bring that with everything that I do.
Nice. So you almost have a little harmony, Tiferet in there too, yeah? A little mixed in there. You can have 2. You can have a 1A and 1B. Yeah. Anyone else want to share? Which connects with, please, I'm coming over. And we've got about, unless my watch is wrong, about 10 more minutes.
I identify with chesed. I'm caring.
And are you caring? I mean, does this also, do you see it as a service to God when you care? Good, then you got it. Chesed is good. Thank you. Everything is service to God. Very good. Chesed. I like chesed very much. I have chesed envy. Oh, good. Yay, that makes 2 of us. Okay.
So I don't like to really admit this, but I think that I'm Gevura because I think that I'm highly disciplined and I have pretty high expectations for myself and for others.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Anyone else want to share? Oh, Sam, coming. Everyone's in the last row. Number 6. Wait, you gotta touch me.
I identify with Netzach.
How come?
I think I should have been named Yisrael.
One who wrestles.
Struggling with God.
Okay, good. Good. Rabbi Linder, I already defined you, so you don't get to add anything. Yes.
I would go for perseverance, number 4, because all the above to me are sort of a struggle. Sometimes I hit it, sometimes I don't. And when I did some research on happiness, happiness is something you work towards. Sometimes it shows up, and as soon as it's there, it sort of goes away. So to me, it's persevere and find the right situations. And, we all get older, and our families change, and our friends change.
Yep. I like that description a lot. Did you want to add? I'm not feeling it. You're not feeling it? None of them. What do you think is your thing?
Well, I feel religious, but I can't look to any of the 7 and say that any one of them just sticks out to me.
Fair enough. There are lots of midot. I just picked these. There are lots of other ones. Some are very intellectual based. Some are very recreational based. I mean, there are a lot of things. And some shuls will do during the 49 days of Omer, they will teach a midah every day. So this is just 1/7 of that list. So there's lots of them. You can go online and look at all kinds of synagogues. Just type in, I know Sinai in LA did it this year. I don't know if they did it every day, but different rabbis will teach different ones. Did you want to say that? Oh, okay. All right, so anyone else? I know you're dying to know. Number 4, Netzach is mine. Because like most of us, I can do all these things, I think. But like most of us, I struggle. I do. These are the struggles that you have when you risk loving things and creating things and having children and, and some days you're in a good place and you're right, and some days you're not happy. I always joke with people, I'm not a happy person in the morning. I do not wake up happy. That is not my how my hard drive, maybe like 2 hours later I can feel something But in all seriousness, like some people wake up happy and I think that's awesome. I'm not one of them. I wake up, there was a Heschel quote once that Heschel would say, you can, some people wake up in the morning, look out the window and say, oi. And some people look at that same window and say, wow. Which is the more Heschel thing, right? Have moments of awe. I'm an oi. Okay, so going back to the original definition of God, Torah, and Israel, I hope that what we could see from this, and then I'm happy to get any other questions or responses, is that it's not compartmentalized in Judaism. But right now we live in a very highly compartmentalized Jewish life around us. There are the Jews who show up for bad news or potential bad news. That is without a doubt. There are Jews who will show up in support of an idea, Eretz Yisrael, JNF, right? Oldest Jewish organization in Israel. Everyone grew up with the tzedakah boxes, so there is also an emotional component to it. But most of the people in that room have probably not been to Israel, statistically, or don't know, couldn't tell you one king of Israel. Right? But peoplehood, man, we are there. Then there are the Torah Jews. And we know them also, because there's this other part of Judaism where there are the scholars who study day and night. But if they live in Israel, don't serve in the army. And so they're not part of the social contract. That's problematic. And then there's peoplehood. Some Jews don't think I'm Jewish, right? Because I don't observe halakha. And so their idea is they're going to play God for me and tell me what God ultimately wants from me. Because I already know in Deuteronomy, in Vayekev, I think, Vayekev. Akev, not Vayekev. In Akev, what does God want from you? It doesn't say to daven 3 times a day and to wear tefillin and to have 7 sets of dishes. No, it doesn't say any of that. What does God want from you? To be a mensch. That's what it says in different variations. It's a very profound message in Akev. It's at the end of the summer, right before Yom Tov Kom and Parshat Akev is written. It's the one after the one with the Shema and the V'ahavta in it. What does God expect of us? Not to be jerks. Not to be like the Canaanites, not to be like all the ites and the Eons. This God, Torah, Israel triad doesn't need to be one or the other or binary. It's all of them. It's just how do we see ourselves? So when I show up to something, or I want to take this sheet home, or I want to study the Midot, I can access part of the God that I do or don't believe in, because God exists whether you believe in God or not, and ingest almost that, not ingest, put that part of me that's in hyperdrive, because it's there, and then turn it into your magic trick, turn it into your superpower. And you will do all 3 of those things. You will serve God, Torah, and Israel, vertically and horizontally. Any questions, comments, or thoughts? Because we've got about 10 minutes.
So I don't mean to be presumptuous, but if the Torah, if the main message of the Torah is, to use your word, being a mensch, then that's religion. And that's being religious.
It could be, yes, it could be. I'm very open to that. Yes, it could be. It could be. Because you're hitting on all 3 cylinders of the triad? Fair enough. But in order to be a mensch, there are certain, you're not just wake up a mensch, right? You become one. That is not given to us by God. That is something that we choose on our own. We have agency. But I like that. Yes, then you are serving all 3. Because describe a mensch. A mensch is someone who's compassionate, and someone who's kind, and someone who's humble, and someone, right? What if I don't feel like being a mensch? Sometimes you do it because you got to do it. Believe me, Friday afternoon, rabbis will tell you, Friday afternoon hospital visits have to be done. Is it the most ideal time? No. Do I feel like a mensch when I'm thinking this is not the ideal time? No. I mean, yeah, no, I don't feel like a mensch. And then you get in the parking lot, you put your mensch cap on, and Bikor Cholim is your mitzvah, visiting the sick, seeing someone, and then what do they say? Shmuck, it's an hour before Shabbat, what are you doing here? I don't know if you get that response, but I do. Because they still see us as younger, and they get concerned for us. It's very sweet. I once visited someone who had a really hard pregnancy. Baby ultimately came out, and I went on the way to Erev Rosh Hashanah services just because I actually felt like start the year, end the year actually, with a mitzvah, and then I get to go to shul and start. And it was a very quick visit, but meant a lot to me. It was an important person. Everyone's important, but this was someone I had a special relationship with. Any other things? So that's your charge tonight. As Sinai happens, struggle with it if you need to and be okay with that. And try to tap on these parts that are in your soul that are God-given. Find out what your superpower is and do it. And if you're already doing it, keep doing it. All right, good yontif, everyone. Baruch Tiyah. And thank you all for watching at home. I have had the worst allergies since yesterday.
There was a shadow-never-been period that tried to kind of basically backdate creation based on all the details that are in the Bible and to map it out, which is where we get those numbers from. So they were already a few thousand years in at the point when they're like, creation was this many years ago. But it's based on like those numbers of years that I would have had that. In rabbinic school, they told us that Cantor in Israel was the three big Jewish movements. That Orthodoxy is concerned with God.
Yeah.
Not enough with Torah in Israel and sort of Judaism. Was always interested in Torah.
More obsessed with Torah, right?
And like, we're like, oh, let's do people.
Let's go walk for freedom. Yeah. So we're trying to, some of us change it. It's like the movement has well, it's like for so many people. Okay.
Well, yes, it's fine. I just thought, okay, because there's some. Sure. I might keep that because I might.
If you want, you can grab it and stand here, whatever you like.
Okay.
All right. Hey, everybody. This is Benjamin. He's going to be teaching us.
Hello, everybody.
Benjamin works here at the synagogue, and I'm very grateful that he agreed to share some of his expertise. Before October 7, Benjamin was living in Israel, where he was a guide and has a deep understanding of Jewish wisdom and of the land and people of Israel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Chag Sameach, Shavuot. So, the topic for tonight that I decided on was sort of the parallels between the story of Joseph and the story of the Jews in the diaspora. And I also decided if I have enough time and I don't talk all the time about Joseph, maybe I'll even expand it further into history, into the Jewish resettlement and the comparisons between that and other stories of the Bible. And the idea of this is that the Torah, the Bible, that God has given us is not just full of information or it's not just full of prophecy, but it's also like a template. It's a template of what's going to happen in the world, and it's not necessarily going to happen the exact same, but the themes are going to be very similar. And I remember this lecture is the same kind of lecture that I listened to 20 years ago when I was a summer in Jerusalem, and it stuck with me so much that I've always thought about it, and in my own mind I've expanded it, and hopefully I will be able to do this with you. Now, Joseph, right? Joseph, there are many, it's a lovely story. It's one of my favorite stories of the Bible. I remember it when I was a kid. He is betrayed by his brothers, right, and sold into slavery. So what's the parallel with Jewish history with this? So we could look at, for instance, the destruction of the Second Temple. Right? Why is it that the Second Temple was destroyed? Why is it that the Romans defeated the Jews? Does anybody know what the Jewish answer for this is? There's a term in Hebrew called sinat chinam, right? Baseless hatred. And it's because the Jews were fighting each other against the Romans. While they were besieging the city, the Jews are killing and fighting each other and burning their own food stores. Right? And so that's actually the reason why we lost. If we were united, we could have defeated the Romans in some other capacity and God would have helped us. But because we were divided, so this is what happens with Joseph, right? And he's taken to Egypt, right? And Jews, when they are when they go from country to country in exile, right, they kind of follow the same template that happens to Joseph. What happens to Joseph? He's almost at the lowest of the low. He gets to the lowest of the low later on in the story, but he starts one rung above the lowest, which is just a simple slave. Right? And so this is when Jews go to a new country, right? When they're expelled from Spain, when they're expelled from Egypt, when they're expelled from Iraq, when they're expelled from Russia, right? Or Germany, whatever, they go to a new place and they are refugees, right? They're migrants, they have nothing but the clothes on their back. And then they start working hard, right? Just like Joseph, right? He's a hard, loyal worker, and he rises to the top of the house of Potiphar. Right? And this is similar to what the Jews are. What happened to the Jews in the diaspora? They work really hard. They definitely work and establish their communities to create stable and functioning communities, right? And then if the local authorities or the dominating culture allows them, right, then they can also help and sort of move up and go up the social status, right, or the social ladder of the community. Now, eventually, something happened, right? What happens to Joseph? The next part of the story is that he's slandered, right? The wife of Potiphar likes him. Joseph is a very, very gorgeous man, and she likes him, and Joseph, of course, is loyal, and he doesn't want to do this, so he's slandered. This is what happens very often with the Jews, right? They help out, because they are so successful, right? Our success is also our curse to a certain extent, because nothing breeds hatred more than jealousy, right? And so, why are the Jews so successful? Well, it's because they're doing something against me or against my culture or against whatever. So let's believe or come up with a lie that way so we could put them in their place where they belong, right? And this is when Joseph becomes, right, in the lowest rung of the social status. And he's not just a slave, he's a slave prisoner, right? And so this is also what happens to the Jews, right? They always think maybe it can't get any worse, right? But then there's something that comes around that will oppress them even more, right? That maybe they'll have to leave somewhere else, or there'll be a blood libel and a large amount of the community will be destroyed. They won't necessarily all be destroyed, and so they're still to rebuild, but you see these things repeat themselves over and over again. Joseph is eventually let out of jail, right? He becomes also, by the way, the top prisoner, right? He's like the number one jailer, right? The jailers like him. He has the keys. The prisoners like him. So even in the lowest of the low places, Joseph rises to the top, right? Because of his merit, right? It's not just because he's worthy of it, and he works hard for it, and he's honest. And this is again some of the repeating story of the Jewish history. And if he's allowed to get out of the lowest of the low, right, he will help the host country or help the government even more. For Joseph, he helps the Pharaoh save up grains, right? And you see this many times throughout Jewish history the Jews during financing, money lending, for the government, or collecting taxes, which is something that was very popular for sometimes certain communities to do, because nobody likes tax collectors. And so if you're going to have somebody hate the tax collectors, you can go ahead and have this minority group do it. They're also very good in dye industries, right, which helped out the local economy. Metallurgy, like in Yemen, Jews were very, very well known for their metallurgy, their silversmith, their goldsmithing, and even wood carving. Trade, the Radhanites were Jews that would basically help international commerce, right? They were the middlemen between the Muslim world and the Christian world, right? And so you see how they help out their local host countries, and eventually, just like in the story, right? At the end of the book of Genesis, right, Joseph the family arrives in Canaan, right, and they're treated very well, right, and then the book ends, and we have now the book of Exodus, and there comes a Pharaoh who doesn't remember Joseph, right, and all the good things that the Jews had done for Egypt, and so they think also that maybe these people are going to rise up against them, so there's a little bit maybe of the slander right there, and oppress them, and this is sort of what happens. So what are the historical analysis? Let's take a look. So the first exile, right? The first exile was into where? I'm going to try to do a Q&A or interactive, so if I ask a question, don't feel nervous to answer. Babylon, very good, in Babel, right? So who was the Joseph of the story of Babylon, right? Who was the visor, the person who rises up? First, they're oppressed, right? He wants the Jews to bow down, not just Daniel, but everybody, right? To bow down to the idol. They don't do that. He sends them into the pit of fire, sends them into fire, Daniel and two of his friends, and then he tries to even kill him with the lions, right? But he's always saved. Now, the Babylonians don't necessarily realize the wisdom of Daniel and the Jewish people, but it's the Persians that come and replace them. However, they do have a sort of a government or administrator, somebody who was put in charge at least of the Jews, if not necessarily the right-hand man of the Babylonian king, but you have the exilarch, right, who is the head of the Jewish community in Babylon. The codification of the Torah, right, and of the Jewish beliefs is also done in Babylon. Right? Joseph, when he goes to Egypt, there's not necessarily, we don't have the commandments. He doesn't have them, right? But he still follows them. Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, right? Jacob, they have the commandments. It's not law yet, but according to their commentaries, according to the rabbis, they know about it and they follow these guidelines, if you want to put a word on it, right? And it wasn't until afterwards, until the time of Egypt, right, or excuse me, not Egypt, Exodus, that they codify it at Sinai. And so now we're in exile, now we're in the Exodus period, they're in Babylon, and now we're codifying and we're putting down, right, the structure, our belief, our identity, right, our Judeanness, right? This is, right, we're different than these people, we're different than the Babylonians because we are Judeans. Why are we different? Oh, because we believe X, Y, Z, we do X, Y, Z, or ABC, and so the repeatingness, right, the formation of the identity, just how it was at Sinai and in the wilderness, this is what's happening in Babylon. The Hellenistic period, right, you have flourishing of Jewish life in Egypt, and especially in Alexandria. You have a huge Jewish community in Alexandria. You have the translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, right, and so this is the Jews sort of passing on the information. This is going to be eventually what's going to spread Jewish ideas through Christianity in the Western world. You have famous, however, what's the downside on the Hellenistic period? The main thing, right, as far as oppression of the Jews, this actually happens during the Great Revolt. It's funny because, it's funny. After October 7th, you see all of these, these anti-Israel and these pro-Palestinian events and cheering and things like this. Unfortunately, what happened in Boulder today, right? But if you actually read the Jewish War by Josephus, the exact same thing was happening 2,000 years ago. Because of what the Judeans were doing in Judea, fighting the Romans, right, and fighting Greek culture and progressivism, right, and the arch of history. Right, the Greek cultured people of Alexandria, of Damascus, of the whole region, they would fall upon and create riots and pogroms on the Jewish people. Right, because of what was happening in Judea, we got to go and attack the Judeans in Alexandria, right, in the Jewish quarter of Alexandria, in the Jewish quarter of Damascus, right, and in Lebanon, Sidon, all over, right. And as I was reading it for the first time, that book, I'm like, wow, it's amazing how history repeats itself for the Jewish people. Right, 2,000 years ago, the same thing was happening. Jews were being persecuted in their home countries because of what other Jews were doing in the land of Israel. Right? You have, now we mentioned the exile of Rome. This has to do with this. I mentioned the connection with Joseph and his brothers. Now, for the first, let's say, 14 centuries of Jewish life, give or take, you have the period of Joseph as the slave. Joseph as either the slave of Potiphar or as a slave prisoner, right, after Potiphar's wife has accused him. So what time in Jewish history do we get to the point where Jews have sort of risen to the rank of vizier, or right-hand man to the government? Anybody want to take a guess or at least where I'm saying the first time in history where this happens in a great manner? Spain, right? During the Spanish, the Muslim rule of Andalusia, of the Iberian Peninsula, Jews were very much involved in not just helping in commerce and being the doctor to the caliph or things like this, but actually were part of the government. And the greatest example of how a Jew can be looked upon it as like the right-hand man of a non-Jewish government was Samuel HaNagid, or Samuel HaLevi ben Yosef, Shmuel HaNagid, an amazing character who in Jewish history, which I just a few years ago found out about. I'm like, how do I never heard about this guy? So he was a Jew who lived eventually landed in Granada, right? But he had in Spanish, Andalusian, Iberian, the calligraphy, right? Arabic writing was just like in Chinese writing, calligraphy is very highly looked upon. And so if you can write very well, right, you have sort of a high status in social life. And the story goes that Samuel HaNagid had a very, very beautiful writing. One of the caliph's servants went to the market where he would be selling spices. This is what his job was. He was a spice merchant. He was a merchant, like a trader, like a lot of Jews in those times. And his calligraphy was so impressed that the caliph, when he saw that this maidservant had it, he's like, "Where did you get this? Because there's no way you write." It's like, "Oh, this guy does it." And long story short, he really likes Samuel. He brings him in. He becomes the highest-ranking Jewish official in Muslim history. Right? He was given the job of tax collector. Then he was given the job of secretary. And then he was finally given the assistant visor of the state of the Grenadian king. Right? And if that wasn't enough, right? And if you think that a Jew being the right-hand man of a Muslim, right, wasn't enough, no, because he had another title. He was general. Right? If you ever thought that it wasn't possible for a Jew to be the head of a Muslim army, you would be mistaken, because this guy does it. Right? And he's very good at it too. It's not just he has the title because he has the rank and the visor likes him. He actually, again, he merited having it. Right? And he was a very good in many, many ways. He helps the kingdom of Granada. Now, what happens at the end of the story, or what happens after Joseph goes away? You have a Pharaoh who doesn't remember Joseph, right? Doesn't care, thinks the Jewish people are going to rise up against him. And so unfortunately, Samuel, when he dies, his son Joseph follows in his footsteps. And this maybe has less to do with anti-Semitism and more has to do with palace intrigue, but Joseph is killed by fellow Muslims, or by Muslims because they don't like that this guy, the son of the second-ranking Jew, he's in charge now. Not only is Joseph killed, right? He's killed in a very brutal fashion, by the way. He's crucified, if I'm not mistaken. But not only did they take their anger out on Joseph, but of course the Jewish community of Granada, they also have to suffer as well, right? And so around 4,000 of them were killed during this pogrom, right? And just a few years earlier, this guy was, this community's head was leading the Muslim army, right? And bringing all sorts of wealth and prosperity to the government. But it doesn't matter sometimes. Now, even during when the Catholics were also, by the way, when they would reconquer the Muslim land where the Jews were, the Jews would stay. And because they definitely didn't trust the Muslims, but they could use the Jews because they're sort of, again, the middleman, right? They're not necessarily the direct connection to the people they're fighting. And they're very good at tax collecting because that's what they were already doing, right, for the Muslim authorities. So that's what we're going to use them for now. Right? And so the Catholics continue to use the Jews for merchants, for tax collecting, for being the merchants connecting different cultures and trade. But of course, this all ends in 1391 when you have a mass pogrom all over Spain, which kills a number of Jews, but which actually turns many more into conversos, right? Into converts. You guys ever wonder where the Moranos, the Jews of Spain come from? When they converted to Catholicism? It wasn't in 1492, right? 1492, they had to leave, right? But so where did they come from? It's this thing that happened 100 years before in 1391. Right? And the Inquisition was not necessarily directed specifically against the Jews. It was against the conversos, either the ones that converted to Catholicism or the relatives of those that converted. Because even though their grandparents converted, maybe we still can't really trust them. Right? And so you still had this helping, but it doesn't matter what you do. There's going to be a reason for the host community or the host government, if not the community, to put them down. And by the way, it wasn't just the Catholics, right? The Muslims also did this, right? Because you had these different movements of Berbers. Berbers are this ethnic group from North Africa, and they conquered Muslim Spain a few times. There were actually two different groups. One, hold on, let me get this down. The I have this written down here. The Al-Mohammedans and the Almohads. One of them, you guys heard of the Rambam, right? One of the greatest teachers. So he was actually originally from Toledo. But that's not where he ends up at the end of his life. He goes to Egypt, right? He becomes the doctor to Salah ad-Din, right? But why did he go to Egypt? Because he had to flee the Muslims, right? Because you had these, basically we would call them like Islamic fundamentalists today, right? They were basically jihadis, Wahhabists, or fundamentalist Puritan Islamics, and they didn't like the decadency that Muslim Spain really had become, because they weren't the most religious people, especially the high-ranking officials, right? They loved drinking wine and all sorts of other debauchery and things like this, and so they wanted to purge them, and the Jews go along with this, right? And so Jews also had to flee them as well, not just the Catholics, but as well as the Muslims. In Central Europe, right, when Jews in Europe, they are living first, right, underneath the Romans, and then you have us around the 9th, 10th century, you get a good community in this area of Germany, right, on the border of Germany and what is today France, which is called Ashkenaz. And this whole time period of Europe, in Central Europe, this is the time period of Joseph as a slave, right, and as a prisoner slave, because they're not really very well, they're not that they're integrated, but the local rulers, because they're Catholics, because they're Christians, and they have a very big issue with the Jews, not like the Muslims do, right? Because the Jews didn't kill Muhammad, right? But according to the Catholics and the Christians at the time period, the Jews did. And so they were more heavier oppressed, and they weren't used in the government apparatus. They don't mind taking their money from them, or lending money or borrowing money, sometimes paying it back, sometimes not, or using them as doctors, but they weren't necessarily part of the government apparatus. This happens, the story where Jews become the visor, Joseph becomes a visor for the European Jews, that happens when they move to Poland. Right? Of all places, it was Poland that was probably the best place for Jews in Europe. Underneath Christian Europe up until the modern time period. And it was a specific time period. It wasn't all the time, but King Casimir, right, of Poland in the 14th century, at the time when Jews were being blamed for the Black Plague sweeping through Europe, he was actually inviting them in, right, and bringing them in, and he treated them very well. And not only that, but then he starts to incorporate them within his government. Again, becoming tax collectors, becoming advisors, becoming doctors, and things like this, right? And they were very, very well liked by the government authorities. Now you can imagine if they were very well liked by the government authorities, who they were not liked by, right? By the local people. Because, again, they were tax collectors. They had monopolies on things like making vodka, right? The Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, they would license out who gets to make vodka, right? And other sorts of spirits and things like that. And Jews got a lot of those contracts. And so the time period where the Jews are oppressed, right, or the people don't forget, right, a lot of people will point to the God, I pronounce it wrong because it's a very big Ukrainian word, Kelmensky massacres of the 17th century, which was basically a Cossack and Ukrainian uprising against the government, against the Poles, and also, of course, the Jews, right? Because the Jews were the ones that were collecting money from the Ukrainians, and the Jews are the symbol of the state, and so we're going to oppress them. Now, Poland later on, they still didn't have a good, especially during World War II, they did not have a very good relationship, and they did not help out the Jews because they don't remember all the good things that the Jews had done for them. Right now, in the modern period, you have the false accusations, right? You have Jews, you have emancipation. Napoleon comes around. This is why I like Napoleon. He gets a really bad rap, especially in the English-speaking world, because the British are the ones who taught us about what happened in the Napoleonic Wars. But he was a little bit of a despot, but he was an enlightened despot, just as I'd like to say at the time period. He did a lot of good things, like the civil Napoleonic codes. Everybody's equal before the law. You get rid of aristocracy. You emancipate the Jews, right? What do I mean by this? The emancipation of the Jews? Up until in that point in Europe, with probably the exception of England, everybody was, you had the feudal system, right? You had lords, you had the priests and you have serfs. You had a small middle class inside the cities, right? But for the most part, everybody belonged to one of these classes, and most of the people were serfs, so that means you belonged to somebody. Belonged, right? You were sort of tied to the land. You weren't a slave, but you were almost a slave. Who were the Jews the serfs of? The king, right? That's why whenever there was a pogrom or the local people wanted to attack the Jews, who do the Jews go for assistance, right? They went to the baron, they went to the king because they were underneath his protection. Right? And sometimes they would help them, sometimes they wouldn't. It all depended on the situation, on the person. Right? The false accusations. Right? The greatest false accusation, you had the blood libel, right? But that's more medieval, even though it starts in medieval times, and unfortunately still continues with us to today. But the greatest, of course, scandal and false accusation in modern period for the Jews was the Dreyfus affair. Right? And this was a French-Jewish, who, by the way, 80 years too late and probably unnecessarily, the French government decides while they're criticizing Jews for defending themselves against Hamas, they're promoting Dreyfus to a brigadier general posthumously. All right. Now, who is Dreyfus? He was a Jewish captain, artillery officer in the French military in the 1870s when the war between France and Prussia took place, and Prussia just crushed France, right? Like invaded and destroyed, captured the king. Anyway, long story. They lost very badly. Why did they lose? It must be the Jews. Let's find an excuse. You have the most assimilated Jew possible, right? An officer in the French military. Jews don't join the military very often, okay? And when they do, they're not necessarily in the officers' ranks, right? Especially in the 1800s. So you couldn't have been more French, right, than Alfred Dreyfus, but it wasn't enough because he was a Jew, right? And so he was found guilty. Everybody knew that a lot of people knew that he was innocent, and it became a big scandal. There was a retrial. You had a French, Emmanuel Zola, right, who accused the French government of doing this kangaroo court and putting an innocent man in jail. And this is when sort of the Dreyfus affair takes on O.J. Simpson style celebrity, like the trial of the century. And this, of course, leads to Herzl coming up with the idea of Zionism. If it wasn't for the Dreyfus affair, we might not have the state of Israel in its current form in the way that it is, because it was at this location, right? When Theodor Herzl, he was the journalist for an Austrian newspaper covering the story of Emilia Zola, right? Of the libel suit of the French government against this French author for saying that they sent this innocent man to jail. The people outside the courthouse are screaming, death to the Jews, death to the Jews. And Theodor Herzl is like, I don't understand. Like, why are they saying death to the Jews? Why don't they say death? I mean, I can maybe understand death to the Jew who's actually being accused of the crime, but what did everybody else do? Well, why are they being accused of treason? They didn't do anything. It's just, in theory, it's just one person, right? And of course, and this is France. This is Paris. This is the home of the Enlightenment. This is the place where the Jews were emancipated from. Right? And so after everything that the French Revolution promised and went through, and the emancipation, right, of the Jews, and the assimilation that they are doing, right? It's not that they're staying in their shtetls like in Poland or in Russia. They're doing as much as they can to be looking like and acting like part of the French culture. No, that's still not enough. Well, okay, forget about it. Obviously, we can't live here. We need to do something else. We need to go back to the land where we came from. And that way we will be treated like everybody else. Because right now we're just a nation without a country, and this is what will fix us, because we need to go back and we need to be like all the other nations. All right. Now, we are then moving on to any questions so far before I continue on to the next phase of the story. So the Israelites, 40 years in the desert. Yes, please. Yes.
Because there were 10 of them, not all of them, right? It was just a basic morality.
So according to the rabbis, they knew all of the things that would eventually become the 613 commandments. They knew it because God told them, but it hadn't been put down, codified. God hadn't said this is absolute law. The way that the rabbis explain it, to the best of my knowledge, is that they were aware of what God had intended to write down in the Torah, and they were following these guidelines, what we call the Torah. They knew ahead of time, but it wasn't law yet. It wasn't written down, and it wasn't it was finite in the sense that if Abraham doesn't do what God wants, God's going to be upset with him. So there's going to be a punishment for not following what God said, but it's not because they didn't follow the law, it's because they didn't follow what God said. That make sense? Okay. Look, it's rabbinical commentary, so they got to explain how is it that they knew all these things, right? Ephraim and Manasseh, right? The story of Ephraim and Manasseh. When you bless your sons at the dinner table, why don't you be like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? Because for the daughters, that's what we do, right? Be like Sarah, Rachel, Leah, and Rebecca. So why the sons? Because Ephraim and Manasseh, they were the sons of Joseph. They grew up in Pharaoh's house, right? And Egypt is the kingpin of idolatry, right, at the time period. And so for these two boys to grow up in the Pharaoh's palace, right, with all of this culture, this idolatrous and Egyptian culture around them, they still held true to the traditions and the belief of their father Joseph, right? And so this is why we want our children to be like this. And in addition to that, right, at the end of the story of Jacob, right, he wants to bless the children, right, and he puts his right hand over the younger child and the left hand over the older one, and it's supposed to be reversed, right? The oldest child gets the oldest blessing, and Joseph tells Jacob, no, you have it reversed, right? The oldest is over here, the youngest is over here. It's like, no, this is how it's going to be. The youngest, Ephraim, is going to be greater, right, than his brother, right? And there are kings of Israel that come from Ephraim, yes? And do Manasseh and Ephraim, are they angry? Or is Manasseh angry at Ephraim? No. This is the first time in the Bible that two brothers are getting along, and they are not jealous, and they're not fighting with one another, right? And that's why we want our sons to be like them, because we don't want them to fight, right? And we want them to follow in our footsteps. Right? So how do they know what to do? How did Joseph know what to teach them if there wasn't a Torah? Because God talked to him. God knew. Right? He learned from his father Jacob. Yes? Okay. Any other questions? Now, so the Israelites, they leave the comforts of the known life, the comfort, quote unquote, right, of the known life of the slave for the unknown life of a free man. Now, you think, maybe off the top of your head, that's not really an option. Of course you're going to leave. Who would stay to be a slave, right? But the Bible tells us, right? And from social, history, we understand that not everybody likes to leave, right? Not everybody left Egypt. Because in Egypt you knew you were going to get fed, right? You knew you were going to get water, right? Somebody was there to take care of you. If you go out into the wilderness, who's going to give you water? Who's going to protect you from the bandits going, just over the ridge? All these things. How many times did the Israelites complain to Moses? Why did you take us out of Egypt just to die here or just to die there, right? So for the early Zionists, they have a choice. Are they choosing to stay in the harsh Gentile world, or are they going to leave for the unknown, an equally harsh life, right? Maybe even harder, depending on who you are and what country you're coming from, right? For the life in Palestine at the time, right? And just like in the biblical story, there's a natural filtration process of who's going to leave Egypt, right? The people who leave Egypt are going to want to have the most faith, right, and love for God, and the people who are going to leave Europe are mostly ideologically driven, right? You have there is definitely my economic reasons for moving, right? For sure, absolutely. Not everybody necessarily can get into America, okay, but there is a reason why most of the Jews, when they left Europe, they went to America, and only a certain amount came to Palestine, right? Because those who were coming to Palestine, they did it for a reason, for the most part, right? Not because there was absolutely no other choice. So they're journeying through the wilderness, right? The journey through the wilderness changes the Israelites, and you have ways of immigration, aliyot, across different terrain, right? And it changes the people in the landscape. You have literally Jews who are walking to the land of Israel, right, during this time period, right? In the 1830s, right, like 60 years before 50 years, 60 years before Theodore Herzl even hears the name Dreyfus, you have a huge wave of Yemenite Jews who just walk across the desert and go all the way to Palestine, and they arrive there, and the Jews of Jerusalem, they don't have any idea what to do with them. They don't understand who these people are. They're very different than they are, because the Jews in Jerusalem, they're Sephardic. They're not like the Jews of Yemen. They don't look the same. They don't talk Hebrew, or they don't talk the same. And so, and the European Jews of Jerusalem, they didn't necessarily know what to do with them, because how it worked, and I'm going into the weeds here, but how it worked in the medieval time period, right, and up until the 19th century, each community sort of looked after their own, yes? For collecting taxes, right? Because you might have one head of the community, he needs to collect X amount of taxes, hand it over to the Sultan by X amount a day. It's his job to do it. So when you have these Jews coming, like is it the Ashkenazi Jews are going to take care of them, or the Sephardic Jews are going to take care of them, right? It's a sad story, because they eventually decide nobody's going to take care of them. They live in caves, but eventually somebody does, right? Moses Montefiore does. Eventually, he hears about them and he helps them out. Anyway, I apologize for going into the weeds. But many did walk, right? And so you have this movement of people going through very harsh conditions. During the desert period, you have rebellion, you have doubt, you have leadership crisis, right? You have Korach, right? The rebellion of Korach. You have Dotan, who is constantly, right, questioning why are they going, and he plays a very good character in the movie The Ten Commandments, right, with Charlton Heston. Dotan, he just wants to slap him every time he talks. You don't like that guy. He's like, this guy, he's the reason why we have so many self-hating Jews. By the way, self-hating Jews in the Bible itself, right? Dotan is the greatest example of somebody who is constantly sort of looking down and is like wondering, why are we doing these things? We should be more like the Egyptians, right? You have the golden calf, always questioning Moses. Right? And during the early Zionist time period, you had internal divisions, right, between the old Yishuv, right, mostly the religious and Sephardic, by the way, Yishuv of Palestine, and then the mostly European Ashkenazim that were coming, who were mostly secular, right? And they could have been more modern Orthodox to a certain extent. Some of them were, especially the early ways of immigration, but some of them were very atheists, or the socialists that eventually come in the 20th century. You have the socialists versus the revisionists, right, between the left wing and the right wing, like David Ben-Gurion and Zeb Jabotinsky. What do we do with the British? How do we interact with the British? How do we interact with the Arabs? And so you have this fighting. You have the manna and divine sustenance, right, in the desert. And so what's giving sustenance to the people in Palestine, in this harsh land of Palestine that Mark Twain, right, famously said that, not even the rock or the hills will grow rocks, or the trees, everything is barren. So you have the kibbutzim and the communal farms that create the food and the sustenance for life. And they're not necessarily doing food, then they're creating commerce by an industry and other aspects, right, of the economy in Palestine, right? And I always find this one particular Karl Marx, right? Karl Marx, father of socialism and communism, right? And anybody a lot of governments that follow this ideology, they end up being very, very bad for the people and killing and doing horrible things. Why is it that you have a Jew create this ideology that is going to eventually be taken and used to harm and kill millions and millions of people, right? And my rationale is because only Karl Marx's ideology and vision could have convinced Jews from Europe to come and move to Palestine and start working the land and loving it. The harder it is, the greater it is. There's a great leader, A.D. Gordon, right, a labor Zionist thinker, who saw the return of the land as a process of moral rebirth, just like the generation that was born in the desert. Rav Kook, who was the modern Orthodox leader, the Orthodox leader of the Ashkenazi community in Palestine at the time, religious Zionist today, like finance minister or Ben Gvir, right? These religious Zionist Jews, their spiritual head, so to speak, would be Rav Kook, right? Who tried to merge the idea of religion and Zionism together, because at that time period you had the Zionists and then you had the old Yishuv, the ultra-Orthodox, right? And according to the ultra-Orthodox, the religion does not allow for Zionism because Jews shouldn't be coming back, right? Unless the Messiah is here. And Rav Kook tried to build the bridge between these two, right? The greatest example I could try to give you is that he referred to the Zionists as sort of like the donkey of the Messiah, right? And that might not sound so nice, however, right? The point is that the donkey plays a key role in the redemption of human beings, because if you don't have the white donkey, you don't have the Messiah, because the Messiah is supposed to come in right on the white donkey, and so he has a critical role, right? He needs to play this role. That's what he described like the labor Zionists of doing. They are the donkey who are bringing the Messianic era, right, to fruition. Now, and so you have, so Karl Marx's ideology, you have this, that allows for Jews to come back and work the land of Israel and make it the amazing agricultural place that it is today. Right? You have the revelation of Torah and Sinai, and which is the national identity and cultural identity coming together in a solid form with laws and sort of a shared common culture between a large amount of people, not just like one family of 70 people. Right? And this is what Zionism tries to do. Right? Especially labor Zionism, they try to create this new Jew, this strong Jew who's going to work the land, going to stand up for himself. He's not going to cower in the corner whenever there's a pogrom coming around. Right? And cultural identity, the reinvigoration of Hebrew, right? As a spoken language, as an art form, as just Jewish culture coming together in the land of Israel. Which is similar, parallel to what's happening at the Sinai. Wandering and reaching the land, 40 years of wandering, attacking and defending. Why do they wander through the land? Anybody know why they had to wander for 40 years? Is it because they got lost? No, they didn't get lost. So why are they wandering? Because they refused to go into the land of Israel. They didn't think they could do it. Right? You have the 12 spies. You have 12 go there. 40 days later, they come back. Two of them, Joshua and Caleb said the land is, flowing with milk and honey, and we can take it. Yes, there are giants, but we can take it. God's on our side. And you have the other 10. It's like, no. These people are huge. Like, look at these grapes, right? If the grapes are this size, right, the humans are just as proportionally large, right? So there's no way. They have walls. Why, oh why, God, did you take us out of the land of Egypt to just die at the hands of all these people? And God is like, forget about it. Moses, I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to start over with you. We're going to make a new nation. What do you say? I was like, no, wait, don't do this, right? He convinces them, okay, don't. Fine. You people, I'm not going to kill you all. However, all of you are not worthy to go into the land of Israel. Not all of you, actually, just the men. The women wanted to go. The men are the ones who were afraid. So any male over the age of 20 had to die before they reached the land of Israel, with the exception of Joshua and Caleb. Right? They actually get to go in. But you had this wandering in the desert for 40 years to make the people harder, to make them stronger. Right? During the whole 40 years, they're doing battles, and so they're getting military experience. They're toughening themselves up for the eventual conquest of the land of Canaan, which is not necessarily going to be, easy. Right? God is going to help them, but they got to do a little bit of the work themselves. So if you can just imagine, one of the things that Theodor Herzl wanted to do, he was going around all the different European capitals trying to get the kings and the emperors to just grant the Jews the land, right? This was what was called at the time political Zionism, as opposed to like practical or social Zionism, right? Just have the Europeans say so, like, yeah, then the Jews will have the land. If that had happened, the Jews wouldn't have even been able to keep it. Right? Imagine if they had done this. Okay, guys, here you go. This is yours. Keep it. We're not going to do anything to actually maintain it for you, just like the United Nations did nothing in 1947 to actually create the state that they voted upon. Right? So if the Jews had just been given the land in 1897 when Theodor Herzl went and visited the Prussian, not the Tsar, Kaiser, when he visited the Kaiser, right? They probably wouldn't have been able to hold on to it because the locals would have fought them and they probably would have lost because they have no idea how to defend themselves. They weren't harsh. They're coming in from middle class or poor shtetl societies in Europe. But when you have like 60 years of harsh working the land, getting to know the locals, getting to know the culture, understanding how to interact, and then defending yourselves, right? Then you could conquer the land, or at least then you can defend themselves. And that's exactly what happens during these early stages of Zionism. Now, the next, excuse me. Any questions so far? You like where I'm going with this? So, the next historical period, when is it? How long do I have? It's 11. Because, guys, this is my problem. I talk for a long time. I could end here, or I could go for another 5-10 minutes. Next class is in 2 minutes. There's a class after me, so I'm not the last one, so I don't have a choice. Okay. I'll do it very quick, because I can't. Joshua, okay? I mentioned Joshua. You have the book of Judges, right? You have the people of the land of Israel. This is maybe during the time period between 1948 and 1967, okay? You're still having constant attacks. They still need to conquer the land from the locals. They haven't necessarily done that, just like how it is in Israel. In 1967, you have a war that I always like to say when I would have a tour is that you could only the Jewish people could have a war in 6 days so that they could rest on the 7th, right? And it was a miracle. It was an absolute miracle. I mean, if you understand the miracle of 1967, you need to understand the 3 weeks leading up to it when they thought that the war was going to completely destroy the country. People were leaving the airport. There was a sign at the airport where the last person to leave the country, please turn off the lights. Okay? What happened, 6 years later? 1973. Right? The Yom Kippur War. Our hubris and we can take care of ourselves. Right? We don't need God. We don't need this. We don't need that. And then boom. You get stuck. You get attacked. And you have this whole sort of relooking of who you are and asking God and asking for things. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up because I'm rambling and I have a lot more to say and I'm not going to be able to say it all. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Friends, our last class, Rabbi Linder is going to teach. He's requested that we're going to do it in the other room. So we're going to be able to be together. So that's where the last class will be. All right, even though the seat sheets had said it was going to be here. Thanks to everyone who's joined us online. Laila Tov. We're going to have the other class in the next room.